everybody, and welcome for the very last time to Tales from the Hearth, Divinians. You look great. I'm so happy to be here, and I hope you are too. Let's start the way we always do with some introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? I'm James. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm your game master for this final episode. You can find me some places at TTRPG, other places at Nice One James. You can also find me gnawing on the bars of my enclosure until LARP comes back in about 30 days. And that's me. We'll move on to Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or College of Lore Dropout on the social medias. You can also find me over on Dungeon Scrawlers playing some Star Wars 2E in Quadrilateral and the upcoming Quadrilateral Season 2 Frostfall. We are recording our finale so soon, so now is the perfect time to get caught up on some Star Wars. Mwah.
Hell yeah, thank you, Mara. We'll move on to Grace.
Hi, you guys. I've never seen Star Wars. Like, I saw the one with Rey because I thought she was pretty, but every time Mara talks about it, it does make me want to go watch Mara's thing.
Star Wars. Come here.
I'm coming over to what's it called? The dark side? Is that what you call it? Okay, Slay. But you can find me mostly on Twitter at LMAO Grace with 2 E. You have about 11 days until I become so insane on there because House of the Dragon Season 2 does come out in exactly 11 days. And I'm so excited. I can't wait for Rhaenyra and Alicent to kiss on the dragon. Yeah. And that's me.
That's so real, and I'm so happy that we're finally talking about the fact that they will kiss, because I heard that and it's true and real.
I do have to interrupt James because I've made a terrible error.
What's wrong?
I didn't share my final mushroom fact.
Oh, fuck! Please, take it away. Thank you. Also, thank you, Grace.
Did you know that they have to decontaminate spaceships going to the International Space Station because the spores will grow on the outside of the space station in space if they don't? Mushrooms will just grow in space. You're welcome.
That is both haunting and really validating for this campaign and the Dead Zone campaign. So, Slay, thank you. I will be thinking about that for the next 4 hours. Incredible. We'll move on to Sweet.
Hi, I am Sweet. She, they pronouns. You can find me most places _Sweet Stories or here, realizing that I have no idea where I put my dice tray. But that's okay. There's online rollers. Thank you for being here.
If it makes you feel better, Sweet, I also realized about 2 seconds ago that I didn't get my dice out or bring the music in, so I am fixing my dice at this second.
Cool. At least I'm not like, if you're alone in it, it's bad, but at least
no, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm shaking your hand. You're and cool. Hey, at least you didn't forget the music like I did. But not that I forgot the music. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No, I'm gonna gaslight our audience. Anyway, incredible. We will move on from there to VJ.
Hi everybody. My name is VJ. My pronouns are they, them, he, him, and something funny. And you can find me all over the internet at VJH Creations or _VJH Creations. And much to mirror what Grace has said, you have 11 days until I become a dragon person. Just completely. Gonna be feral right there with them. That's me.
Hell yeah, thank you. And also, I think we should have a group chat. I'm just gonna float that on stream because we're talking about it. Anyway, last but never least, Jess.
Hello, I'm Jess. I use she, they pronouns. You can also find me in Spain, not in the UK, because you can't take vacation from D&D. It's the rules. You can also find me having forgotten to pack my dice, but mine are back in the UK. So I will just be using an online dice roller, and if they fuck me up, so be it. There we go. Oh, you can find me on the internet seriously as well. There you go.
Y'all haven't been using online dice rollers the whole time?
No, because they're evil
cursed.
and I roll so bad with them.
That's part of the fun.
You know that
Grace legs, yeah.
And also, when I roll online, I don't get the joy of going
click,
you know
clack.
What I mean? Like,
yeah,
not as,
that was a lot of
dice.
dice. Why do you have that many dice?
Oh, I just, if it makes you feel better, I just am still arranging my dice, so I have 2 sets that I haven't put in their place that I'm gonna handle when we go to the screen in a minute. So no,
going up against the gods, so I was just a little scared when you.
Don't worry about
a
it.
lot of dice.
I've got 16 sets here, and that's normal and fine.
I think James is going to use all of them in today's fight, and I'm afraid.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm just gonna roll 100 d12. Anyway, let's do some announcements. As always, be sure to follow us on social media. You can find us most places at either Starlight Tales or Starlight Tales _, including Twitter and our fan server for weekly updates about our upcoming programming. You can also find us on YouTube, where our uploaded VODs go. If you're watching this in the future from YouTube, let me know how it ends, because I'm really curious. I'm excited to see what happens. You can also find us on Instagram and TikTok. As I mentioned, we have a fan Discord. It's a really good, fun time in there. I'm sure that I will be either getting yelled at, or I hope all of us will getting a little bit of applause for this wonderful, wonderful campaign that's happened. It's just a nice time if you want to come in and hang out. Also, we have a Patreon, doing some really fun stuff over there for Pride Month. 2 weeks ago, we also did a little Divinians campaign wrap up with our cast. That was very, very fun. If you are supporting us on Patreon, thank you so much for helping us make the queer and trans joy space pirate content that we do here. Yeah, if you join us, it's a great time. Also, if you decide you're in the mood for some dice or tabletop accessories, first of all, real, be sure to check out the lovely people over at Die Hard Dice. They have a lot of really, really beautiful sets, including this bad boy that I will be using for God. Not the only one today. They're really incredible. They've got a lot of beautiful things over there. So go take a little look. And if you find something you like, which you probably will, be sure to use the code STARLIGHT10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And finally, be sure to join us a week from today for the next episode of Tales from the Archives Reverie. We may be ending, but there's still plenty of fun things to come for Starlight Tales, and we look forward to seeing you over there. And I think that's all the announcements I have. Does anybody have anything else? All right, then without further ado, for the last time with our Divinians, let's settle in for tonight's Tale from the Hearth. And welcome back. Let's talk about the last time we were here at Divinians. The last time we were here, our Divine Champions finished forging the Awakened Stakes and left the Trailblazer Initiative behind, setting off into the Kiss. The time that it took to travel into the center was spent dancing, laughing, and loving, enjoying the last few moments of easy companionship before they met their fate in the Dead Zone. At the center of the Kiss, they found themselves reliving memories of hope and fear amidst the ribbons of arcane light, and eventually found the lock of truth waiting for them at the center. But there they discovered it was not a lock at all, but a seed to be planted. The last piece of their divine puzzle in hand, our Divinians traveled into the deepest reaches of the Dead Zone. With some skilled driving and a little help from everyone's favorite sentient GPS, the party set the ship down on a piece of rubble and began to make their way towards the storm waiting for them at the center. However, before they could get too far, they ran into an unexpected old friend. Ellison Graves, a presumed dead member of the most recent doomed Dead Zone expedition, and his trusty ghost dog Maggie. With new allies in tow, we pick up with our party there, following Ellison towards the jagged, island-like planet consumed by shadow and storm. All of you walk for probably 15 minutes through debris and wreckage, moving from the small expanse of rock where you docked to the twisted, shaky bridge, and then across even less incomprehensible shards of rotting wood and fragmented rock. Eventually, you find yourself only about 30 feet away from the almost iceberg-shaped island that Sunder is currently occupying. The closer you get, you can feel the hair on your arms and the back of your neck prickle and stand on end, though whether it's the raging storm and crackling red lightning above, or the dread at knowing what lies within it, you aren't sure. Ellison has led you into a splintered wooden structure that almost looks like it may once have been the hull of a ship. And sure enough, as you approach, you see faded silver lettering spelling out SS Damocles. All of you can find one last moment of quiet in the approaching storm, sheltered against the side of the ship. From this vantage point, you can also make out several paths. 2 debris paths leading into the tunnels winding through the base of the island, and one leading up towards the top, into the storm, its destination shrouded by swirling shadow and mist. In these last moments before you finally face Sunder, the fallen king of the gods, what's the plan?
Cypress turns to Sumner.
What are you looking at me for?
You got big brain, so I'm just trying to figure out, what do you think we should do here?
Right, I mean, okay, let's talk through what we know. We've got the Awakened Chains have been reforged.
The stakes, yeah.
So we got that. I got a big seed.
Okay.
So we got that, and then we also have the other thing. The first thing we got. The what?
Home light.
And we got the light.
Okay.
So
we all have jars of light. We took like 12 jars. Everybody had 2.
That sounds. It's been a long time, but that sounds correct to me. Yeah.
Okay.
So it has been a long time. What does the home light do?
So I think at this point, none of you really know what the plan is. If anyone would like to make, we'll say like an intelligence check or a survival check to kind of figure out what the best plan of attack here generally, you can. But you would know that the home light is sort of like light, but with the, I'm blanking on the word, but like in the form of liquid. So it's sort of like water, but that gives off light.
I got a 17.
19.
Intelligence or what?
Survival.
23 intelligence.
Okay, I'm gonna do survival.
23.
I still got 17.
17. Was that everybody?
Sorry, I don't know why I'm so upside down. I got a 22.
22? Beautiful. Incredible. So my friends who got under 20, I think what you would be able to kind of discern from the things that you have in front of you, and specifically also from the process of forging the Awakened stakes, you would know that each of the stakes, possessive runes, are specific to one of the core magics that will help you kind of cement this. So you would know there are 4 stakes that you need and 1 that is a spare in case something goes wrong. So there is a stake for astral magic, 1 for ancestral magic, 1 for druidic magic, and 1 for divine magic. You would know with these, your best shot is to put them in a place that would best like maximize that energy and that magic. And in order to place them, you will have to give something or pour in, metaphorically, something that matches that magic. Because you don't know the landscape of the area you're going, you're not entirely certain what that looks like, but you know you are looking for something that represents each of those magics for the matching stake. My friends who got over 20, as you're looking at the home light and the seed, I think what occurs to you is, first of all, seeds have to be watered. And you know there is something about this home light that not only gives off light, but it has like a magical property that essentially can like bring a community together and has the warmth of love and community and home within it. And you think if you are able to plant the seed somewhere in the center of all of these stakes and it is watered with the home light, you believe that whatever would grow from this seed of truth can probably only be unlocked to its fullest potential with the home light. Does anybody have any questions about that? I know I just gave you a lot. Yeah.
We're not putting the stakes, I guess, like around the Sunder hole.
It's so Sunder, from like your understanding, is not like in a hole necessarily. He is chained somewhere on the planet. So if you put these stakes in different places in the whole planet, you will essentially just keep him on that stretch of rock.
Okay.
Right, so, I mean, I think if we take these and we spread them around, then we can plant the seed, put our jars of light around it, seed will hopefully grow, strengthen the stakes, he's stuck.
Yeah.
Feels
Yeah,
pretty.
sounds good.
Just gotta keep him distracted while we do that.
All right. So, do we all want a steak? Okay. And then
Yeah.
everybody gets their jar?
Yes.
Or should we
Steak
give
jar.
steak is a jar? Okay. Or should we give the person who has the seed the jars to plant and water?
Sumner can't carry 12 jars, but probably.
Do we need all the jars for the seed?
Well, hold on, let me read a spell really quick. I think we don't take any chances of not using all of them. I think we gotta use as many as possible. But I do... I do have some, portal-y magic. So if we are able, I can get the seed planted, then I could open up a portal somewhere and y'all could throw your jars in.
Oh.
We could maybe make that work.
Sick.
Or I could just teleport in and out, grabbing jars and throwing them. Well, I don't know. So I think I can take the seed if someone has my jars. Then I'll get them and we can just kind of...
Okay.
I can be the jar guy. I can do the jar guy, and I can also maybe make portals if I think really hard about it. So,
Very
But
cool.
since I think that's really great, Una. Since Sumner does have the experience, and this is go time, I think it'd be best if. Do you really know how to make portals? Actually, I really don't. That's really.
yes, Cypress, it's a new skill that I learned.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. All right. I don't mean that.
Also, how do you know that I don't have experience in planting big divine seeds that we go through the kiss for? You don't know.
That's true.
You're right, Una. I've learned a
That's
lot
true.
about you this week, and honestly, I genuinely don't know if I know that or not. So you go ahead, do your thing. I don't mean to step on your
You
toes.
never will.
All right.
What,
All right.
So I'll plant the seed. Una's in charge of helping get the lights over. Everyone
I'll
else-
distract the guy and plant the stake. Yeah.
So
Oh.
we've got 5 sticks. So who's not
I won't take one because I
Okay.
got big seeds.
seed? Okay, then yeah.
I got Tito with me, and he's got a little compartment in his back, so anything we can't carry, I can put that in there.
You see, Leo and Echo will also kind of sit up a little and go, and if you need us to carry or do anything or help in hitting something real good, I can do that.
You can hit hard.
I can hit hard. Don't worry
Alright.
about me.
You come with me then.
All right.
Okay.
And Cass just
Can Ellison make a check of like where maybe like what the landscape is above, like directly around Sunder, like where would be the best place to put these stakes?
absolutely. What kind of check would you like to make?
What am I good at? Either intelligence or wisdom, if I can argue with them.
Yeah, I would say either. And I will give you proficiency on account of you have been there.
I don't know what my proficiency is for the guy.
And that's fair. Yeah.
So
I'll give you advantage then. Don't worry about proficiency, you can have advantage.
Hell yeah. That is a 21.
21, yeah. I think a lot of your memories are sort of fractured and muddled by the horror of the time that you spent there, but I think what you recall one, I think the like looming shadow that was Sunder's avatar and how unbelievably huge Sunder was. Like to the point that I think Ellison would not be certain how hittable Sunder is, to be so honest with you. Two, you remember that it was like, so it was really like, I wasn't gonna say dark, but the urge to make a Dead Zone joke and just say it was really dark, it really hit me. Anyway, it's like a really rocky kind of uneven structure. I think you remember these huge looming statues that when you looked at them, they like looked like people that you knew, and it was really disconcerting. And if I remember correctly, they came alive and hit you guys, but I could be wrong. So you remember that. You also remember seeing Mitski kind of dive and disappear into like what you assume would be the series of tunnels that you can see towards the bottom. So you know at the very least the tunnels at the bottom lead to the surface. Outside of that, there honestly wasn't a ton around that you saw, but you guys also didn't move around the surface a ton. Like you saw like, I think kind of shadows kind of cast further out. So you think there are probably some things further than you went, but you're not entirely certain what those would be.
Okay. So, kind of luck based in terms of placing the stakes around Sunder. Okay.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, at the very least, I think what you would definitely know is that the caverns underneath are huge, and it is not unlikely that at least one of them will have to go in the caverns.
Okay.
You didn't go in the caverns, you don't know what's down there, but, yeah.
Sorry for all the questions. And just to clarify, so Sunder's avatar is not Sunder himself. Sunder is somewhere and then is projecting an avatar?
He is Sunder, but he's sort of like, his divinity is so fucked that he's like, he doesn't look like a mortal, essentially. He is essentially like Avatar in the sense that it's still him. He's just sort of his like unleashed divine form, basically.
But that is like where Sunder is concentrated. It's not like if we put stakes around the avatar, Sunder's actually on the other side of the planet.
No.
Okay.
No, Sunder is here.
Cool. Then I think Ellison kind of like is watching you all scheme and plan and kind of like focuses on Saturn and is like, I think distraction will be key here, especially for our friend.
Yeah. I got a plan.
Okay.
So, are you stay up here, though?
What do you mean?
You're not gonna like come down there, die a second time, you know?
Honey, I'm already dead.
That's not funny, but okay.
Okay. One of those stake things will need to go in the caverns.
Oh, like underground?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Underground, above ground, distraction.
Pretty much.
Easy. Sounds easy. I can't believe
Well,
no
you've
one's done it
once.
before. Right, exactly.
Well, they have. It's just everyone died the first few times.
Yeah, I think I think I'd like to do it without a no deaths bar big guy over there. So
I would also prefer that. I just sort of like that on the record, that I would also like for no one to die, because I actually am quite fond of all of you. Now.
Well, good luck.
thank you. We're gonna need it.
I think that Cass kind of like turns a little bit and Cypress shoots you a look that's like, hey. Just like very subtly, just.
But it's just like, well, I personally, if we're asking my opinion, I don't think I'm going to die.
I don't think so either.
Correct.
Cool.
I think we're all gonna be fine.
And if we do die, we'll all be together. So that's really comforting. as
Holy
well.
shit.
All right, go team.
What do you think happens after we die?
After you die, well, it depends on if you want to make a deal with the god, because that's what I did, and then I came back, I didn't remember a daggone thing. So,
I
could do
don't
that.
think, no offense, I don't think I want to do that.
Then you might end up like Ellison over there, but...
She looks Una takes a step closer to Cypress.
His arm immediately goes over Una's shoulder. While thinking of like this plan and whatnot, can Cypress do some kind of check or just for some understanding of like if, because before the gods had told them that this would help sever the connection with Sunder and Willow. Can he try and see of a way where that piece is, or if that's like able to happen?
Yeah, I think without even a check, kind of carrying over the check that you just made, I think you would know that sort of like the magical effect that these stakes will create if you're successful will essentially like both bind Sunder physically and also create like an arcane shield to limit and hopefully prevent his outreach into the material plane, like outside of the dead zone.
Okay.
And I think you would know, like, especially because of like how old the connection, Sunder's connection to Willow is, you would know that like it probably will not take much to put a wall in between there, and if you are successful, you are 100% certain that that will do so.
Okay. I think he like was overwhelmed by the "what if we die" talk, but like kind of pinning that together, like his eyes kind of like zero in, and he's locking in.
Hell yeah. I think Cass will kind of lean forward again and say, so we're two groups, or are we doing three? Or more than that?
Are we grouping or are we just running? I thought we were just gonna do what we gotta do.
Oh, you don't want to run at this guy.
No?
Not a run type of guy.
He doesn't like running?
I don't know if it like freaks him out or anything. It's just if you
Okay.
run at him, guaranteed to go you know. So
Oh,
I think it's
okay.
better if we can avoid that. The last couple
It's
times
worse
it was
that
a
it just
run-in.
won't really do anything.
Yeah,
There's not really any point in running.
We need
Okay.
a strategy. I think grouping is good. We need cavern. We need above. We need distraction.
Yeah.
Okay, so distraction team, maybe they should do the running. Get the
Yeah.
attention.
Well,
I
I'm not
don't
exactly
run.
gonna.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, I
thought
thought
it was
starts like
floats.
stretching to run.
All right. So Saturn's leading the distraction group, right? How are we doing this? Who's going to the caverns? I can do that if that's what we need. Cause you got to stay up top to plant, right, Sumner?
Yeah, I think Una and I are above ground.
Yeah.
Group.
Okay. How many stakes need to go down there? Just one?
One.
Okay.
Yeah, at least.
I can do that with Tito. Unless
I'll go with you, yeah.
you okay.
I'm not really like I will run in front of Sunder or not run if I have to, but I think I would prefer to start I want to ease into it a little, and going underground is like the way to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can take it easy underground. Hopefully that is easy. All right.
You see Echo kind of sitting towards the back goes, those of us who are going to be topside, do we want to take a stake in case there's something up top?
Yeah, so I was about to
Get out of
ask,
the
Sutek, you gonna be doing stakes up top?
I'll be doing sticks up top.
Okay.
Una, do you want the spare stake in case anything happens? You can fly around a bit.
Yes,
Faster
that's actually so smart. I forget I can fly sometimes.
He's gonna give it.
And then, Una, are you taking all the jars of that? We
I will
get
give
a big bag.
everyone one jar just in case.
Okay.
And then I'll take the rest.
Okay.
She kind of hands out one little jar to each of you.
I think Cypher's kind of like leans down when they're getting their jar and goes, "See if you can save one for Dad just in case."
Want me to steal?
Uno,
Okay.
I bought them.
Oh, okay. Wink.
Incredible. Is there anything else anyone would like to do in this moment you have before potentially you can be spotted by Sunder? Yes, Mark.
Where's Cass going? I just want to make sure.
Cass is going in the caverns.
Cameras. Okay.
And then Echo and Leo are going with Saturn. to do the
I think
distraction.
seeing how many people are going topside, I think Leo will probably stay with you and Cass to make sure that at the very least you have a little backup. But Echo's stretched to run. Echo's fucking ready to go. So Echo will go up top. Incredible. So, also, where is Ellison going?
With Saturn.
Cool. So everyone except for Leo, Cass, and Cypress are going topside.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Last call. Anything anyone wants to do before you start walking?
Can I cast a ninth level wish to get rid of Sunder completely?
No. But thank you so much for asking. That was like really like cute. That was nice. No. The episode would be too short, and that would be a bummer for our audience. So.
I do have a wish spell, don't I? Then I win the joke.
Okay, but wait, it doesn't work on Sunder though.
Does it? I think that was the caveat. I completely forgot about that.
So did
Also,
I.
Hate to break it to you, this isn't D&D.
So true. Does Wish exist in Starfinder? I have no clue.
I'm gonna start Googling 1 sec.
Yeah, there you go. Either way, you still have your wish, but... Alright. So, we start making our way. My friends that are going topside, I know some folks are doing distraction. Are you splitting? Or are you just all gonna go together and then split
No,
topside?
I think we're split.
Yeah,
I would
splitting.
Okay.
Because I assume there's multiple tunnels that lead to the top, right?
Yes, so it looks like there's one path that leads like towards the base of this kind of like iceberg structure that would like walk through all of the tunnels. There's one that's towards the top but goes into tunnels, and then there's a path that you can't see the destination, but you presume goes like right to the top from the angle of it, you would guess.
The feeling we should head right to the top. Team planting.
Okay. Should we eeny, meeny, miny, moe it?
I think we just run. And
But
what happens
the
next?
scary guy said no running.
Swiftly walk. Speed walk, power walk.
Don't run like you're running away from something that agitates predators. You know, just walk with
That's
confidence. Keep your wings up, Una. There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I
Yeah.
think it also might be better if there's a distraction team if we try and stealth, kind of sneak, so that any
Yeah,
attention
I'm
isn't
really
on.
sneaky. Yeah.
No idea if I'm sneaky.
I will just be holding a lot of light, though.
I'm gonna keep him away from you, Una. Don't even worry about it.
Is there a way? Can Ellison, like, shroud the light a little bit with, like, some of that
Yeah.
shadow?
I think that's cool,
Aw.
so I'm gonna say yeah.
He kind of, like, reaches out towards her and just some of this, like, essence of him kind of, like, peels off and kind of, like, starts shrouding. And Una just goes... and then, like, opens
Ellison-
one eye.
In
Yeah.
your head, Ellison, I think you hear, "You're scaring her." That's Southern. It's fine. Pretend it wasn't.
I'm helping.
Yes, but you maybe say something like nice before you do it, because I don't know. This one seems like young and skittish, and I wanted to. I don't know. I feel bad.
That will not kill you. So nice. Okay, thank you.
Incredible. So we are, just to clarify once again, my friends topside, are we splitting into stealthy team, not stealthy team, or are we all running?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Can we get what does the land look like? I'm confused.
Yeah.
We're going in and it's like we're going up.
Yes. So you actually
Okay.
can't see the surface of this planet because this sort of like swirling like a black and red storm has overtaken it. But the like paths up are mostly just like debris that you can sort of like carefully hop to, like move across. Um, yeah, other than that, from like the path down below, you see it's mostly like rocky caverns. But the entire surface, but you know, you were there and you have your memories back now. So you would remember that the surface, assuming that it has not changed a huge amount in the last year, you would know the surface is mostly like jagged rock. There are a couple of like patches here and there of like dead and dying grass and things like that. Um, but there are some like tall structures you think you can like duck behind if you need to. Similar to Ellison, you didn't see much of like the back half of this surface because a lot of the redacted that was happening was kind of concentrated to one place. But you would know that there are like things to duck behind. Is there anything specifically you want to try to remember about this terrain?
So we can't see the top. So we're kind of going
Right
in
now you
like
can't.
okay. And
Yeah.
but we know Sunder is up there.
Yeah.
All right.
You think that he is probably the one making this big storm.
Can we tell if he knows we're there?
Make a sense motive check.
Okay. I'm gonna use one of my DM inspiration. Okay.
Oh.
26.
26, that's a good roll. I think what you can kind of glean from this and from like just sort of the goings on of the last couple weeks, I think you suspect that Sunder knows you all are coming. I don't think you believe that Sunder knows you are here right now. But like, if you jumped out, you wouldn't like surprise him mechanically because he knows it's on its way. But you think at this moment you are safe and unseen.
Okay. That is my question. Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely, of course. As all of you begin to sort of filter off towards these respective paths and split, anyone who is stealthing, can you please make me a stealth check? And I will roll for casting the robots also.
Also, as they peel off, I would think Ellison kind of nods to Maggie and goes, Maggie, go with the little one. And kind of makes eye contact with Una and goes, she will not kill you. Una goes, okay.
Una, you see Maggie kind of like looks at Ellison and gives a very like almost like ridiculous, goofy, like serious nod to Ellison as if taking orders from a superior. And then we'll like very formally like big paws kind of hitting the ground, walk up and just sit and like squint up at you in a very like, if a dog could salute, this dog would be saluting at you right now.
Well, you're
But the
like
tail is
nearly as tall as me.
Tail thumps a little bit harder and you see she kind of like leans in a little bit as if she wants to like bump your hand with her nose and then just like looks up at you with those really big eyes.
Una leans forward, is like, did you eat all of your vegetables as well?
Like cranes her head up towards you until like her nose, which can't be wet because she's a ghost, but has just like a little bit colder, kind of starts bumping into yours, and that tail starts hitting it harder, and the like butt starts wiggling a little bit, and then eventually she's just licking all over your face and very like happily bounding around.
Cypress works so getting a dog. Oh my god.
Tito is right here.
Okay.
All right. I think he kind of like looks at Ellison and like kind of gives like a little like thank you nod, and then turns and starts to split off.
Absolutely. I'm gonna ask everyone to hold on to those stealth checks, and we're gonna go group by group, because we're doing cumulative checks for each group, and I think that is gonna be the easiest way for my brain to remember what is going on. I think we're gonna start with my cavern crew. So Cypress, what did you roll?
I forgot I rolled. Oh, it was a dirty 20.
Dirty 20, beautiful.
Yeah.
Cass got a, I can't do math, 21, and Leo did pretty good as well. So the three of you feel fairly safe as you sort of like move from debris to debris very carefully towards the bottom of this like spiked entrance to the caverns. As you walk, you begin to see like the little opening in the rock come in. Are you guys, I think, well, you're taking the lead here. Are you walking right in? Is there anything you would like to do beforehand? Any checks you want to make?
Yeah, if he can, like, I don't think he's gonna walk in blindly. He's gonna scope around a little bit before. Also, I think Tito has like a little camera on him that he gets feedback from on his rig.
Oh yeah, love.
So if he can like pop out his little eye and look around corners for them as they're like going,
Absolutely.
that'd be great.
100%. Go ahead and make me a perception check, and I'll give you advantage as the robots are assisting you.
Ooh, that was a good one. Okay, perception. That's a 29.
Oh, beautiful. 29, as you're sort of like approaching this entrance, I think the first thing you see, especially with Tito's help, is at the entryway, it doesn't look like there's anybody waiting for you there. The like storm shadows don't seem to at least descend this far into the caverns, possibly not into the caverns at all. I think what you also notice, because that is an excellent roll, as you are approaching, is there's a couple places as the caverns, excuse me, continue further up towards the surface. There's a couple places where the caverns like have an open side from the pieces of rock that have fallen away over time, and you clock Blight kind of patrolling past one and like looking out into space, and then in the other direction from your allies, luckily, and then continuing in the cavern. So you do very strongly feel that Blight is patrolling the caverns, but is a couple levels higher than you, so for the moment you feel safe. And you see it doesn't look like Blight sees anything of note necessarily,
Okay.
but she is looking. That's an excellent roll. Do you have any other questions?
To get where we are,
Mhm.
will we have cover, or is Blight gonna see us?
For now, you believe you'll have cover. You would know Blight appears like it's not 100%, but you think they might be kind of like winding their way down and then back up again. So as you guys wind your way up, there is a chance you're going to meet in the middle.
Okay.
But you also don't know what the inside structure of these caverns look like, so you might not be able to. There might be something to duck behind. But you know there is half a chance you guys are going to bump in your paths.
Gotcha.
Not
But that's
for
only
a few
when
minutes,
we're.
at least.
But not for what?
Not for a few minutes, at least.
Okay. And we only need to go up after we've done the stake.
You don't 100% know where in the caverns the stake or stakes
Okay.
need to be placed, but potentially.
We go further.
Absolutely. As you kind of step into this rocky outcropping, I think immediately all of you feel a little bit of like humid cold settle in. It's not unbearable, but it is like it sticks to your skin in that kind of uncomfortable way. As you walk as well, we'll carry that 29 over. You see kind of like in the rock, the surface of the rock faces around you. You see like what almost appear to be like veins of like material that could be mined. You're not certain if it has been mined or if it's something you don't recognize, but it like refracts in shades of like black and like an odd kind of like deep blue and silver. And because of that 29 and because you just saw this recently, I think you recognize this as some kind of offshoot of heart crystal, but it does not look like the heart crystal you've ever seen. It looks corrupted somehow.
I'm gonna take a picture for
Yeah, absolutely.
my auntie. Yeah, take a picture of it. Oh shit. No, it's fine. Yeah. Interesting. So is there any any part of it movable? Like the heart crystal, like, is there any piece that I can
You can chip some off if you want to, yeah.
Yeah. If you can quietly do that, I would love for him to take a little piece.
Yeah, I'll say make a sleight of hand check.
Cool. I'm gonna use one of my inspirations real quick. Oh, that's worse. Okay. That was a 12.
Okay. Let me... A 12? Yeah, I think at the very least you don't like hear a flurry of movement above. It like I think as it prizes free, there is just a little bit, like another piece of rock kind of breaks off and clatters, and that echoes up the tunnel a little bit. You don't hear an immediate reaction. You don't sense anything crazy. You might be fine. I think you'd think it's about a 50-50 shot. But you manage to prize a little bit of this crystal free. In your hand, it feels ice cold. Like in that way that when you're holding something cold and it's almost feels like hot. It is really uncomfortable in your hand. And as you look at it, and especially as you kind of like lean in to take a picture of it, you almost think that you catch like fragments of like faces in it, but they're like twisted and warped. They look like your own and the people you love and like people you've never recognized. It's really hard to like get a clear image, but there is something. I think you, as someone who very recently saw and interacted with Heart Crystal, I think you know that like the way that Heart Crystal holds like memory and magic and ancestors and community, this sort of seems to do the same thing on the other end of it, in like derogatory kind of way.
Well, I think he kind of like grimaces looking at it and kind of taps on Tito's back to open up the compartment and puts it in there, and looks up at Leo and Cass and goes, "Sorry," like kind of referring to the sound that just echoed through.
It's all right. I think it's good to have. So, and I think Leo just gives you like a very like not an emotion one way or the other, but just like a very like crisp nod. And you guys can continue on if you would like to.
Yes.
These tunnels are winding, and it's not like too far in where you are almost having trouble kind of like processing where in the huge landscape that you are. But Leo is trained for this kind of thing, and I think you see sort of like takes a step up to walk more next to you. And you watch as like they in real time sort of like chart the path back. So you don't feel lost, but you do feel way out of your element in these caverns. As you are looking,
if Leo is like kind of, if Cypress feels like he's kind of taking a little bit more of a lead, I'll let Leo and like Tito kind of walk a little bit, and I think Cypress will slow down their pace to like let Cass be like in the middle, and him kind of like watch the rear a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. As you pass, Cass will just kind of reach out and squeeze your arm a little bit in like a little reassuring, both like self-reassuring and in an attempt to reassure you.
He gives them a soft smile.
Yeah. As you all are walking, would you go ahead and make me a perception check to look for a place where a stake might be placed in here?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, that's pretty good. What am I adding? You said
your perception.
Perception. You said with advantage? I don't think I need
Yes.
That is a 28.
28, beautiful, yeah. All of you kind of like enter, you're like winding through these tunnels, and I think it's just hitting the point where you're like, are we gonna be in here forever? Like you are so kind of out of your element and discombobulated. When Leo leads you all, not fully out into the open, but into a huge like opening in this cavernous structure, where like you see across the way like some of these tunnel paths like end very abruptly into this opening. Yours kind of continues off to the left and right. But you see as this like corrupted heart crystal fills this entire cavern on the outsides, as if something used to be here that was supposed to be here, that used to grow heart crystal, but is no longer here, and it has corrupted in its absence. And actually, I think you would know what this is. You are very primed to know what this is because you have a tattoo of what used to be here. Your historian tattoo reflects the heart. This is where the heart used to be, on the island of Capellan. And you see this entire area is consumed with corrupted heart crystal. But with that excellent rule, I think you see two things. One, you see a place in this cavern that is easily accessible that you think the ancestral stake can be placed. And I think in this cavern, as you are able to kind of look down into this like plummet towards the very, very bottom of this, you see what almost looks like kind of muted starlight and a small pool of water at the bottom where you believe the astral stake can be placed.
Oh, so two.
Yes. And with that revelation, we're going to pan over to our next group. let's do the No, it's okay.
Is it possible if he can, because they all are wearing the communicators, right?
Yes.
So I would love for him to send a message of saying like 2 stakes. These are the 2 that I think that we need here. Yeah, and it's like I don't think they can, but he definitely like ats Sumner for the portal thing.
I think you can. Gaius is in the chrono communicator, and so I think easily enough, like Gaius can specifically, like, really extra notify Sumner. Incredible. Speaking of, we're gonna pick up with our stealthy group heading to the top. What did you guys roll for stealth?
21.
21, 8. Okay.
That was
Got it.
with the DM inspiration too.
Oh,
Well,
babe.
well, I got a 28, so I
28,
think
okay.
the shadow's helping.
Incredible.
I forgot about the DM inspiration. That goes from a 9 to a 23.
Perfect. As you guys are walking, I think, across this debris, there's like a moment, Sumner, on like a plank of wood that is like half rotted, where you like take a step holding this sheet that is the size of you, and it like begins to tilt in gravity, and you feel yourself tipping backwards, but your friends very easily reach out and just like gently grab your sweater and keep you all from being noticed, luckily. Now remind me, are you guys going into the cavern towards the top, or are you just cresting right over into the storm?
Well, I think Una and Sumner need to get onto the top level to plant this thing. So I think maybe that's gonna be split.
Yeah, absolutely. Sutak, what's your plan?
I'm going where Saturn goes.
Okay.
She's been here before, following the lead.
All right, so you're all going to the top then. But do you want to split into a loud group and a sneaky group?
That's my understanding.
Are we passing through this cavern before we get to the top?
You can if you'd like to. There's 2 different paths. So there's one that kind of goes like caverns and up, and there's one that just goes right over.
So I think, right, Una, I think we go right up, and then the distraction group takes the other pathway up, and they come out loud, right?
Okay.
And then we just start finding a place to plant it.
Okay, is there like somewhere to pee down here?
Yeah, well, okay. Do you want to go behind that rock over there?
No!
I don't
I don't
think
know where
there's
else you want to pee.
a restroom.
Yeah, I think you'll have to like either around a corner or behind a rock.
Oh, it's okay. I can just hold it.
I don't think you should go into battle trying to hold your pee.
When you see him, you're gonna pee your pants, probably. That's what I
I
did.
get it all out now.
Okay. Well, I can't do it in the dirt.
Where do you want to go? When do you want?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Ellison, where does Maggie pee? Maggie doesn't pee. She's a ghost. Don't answer that question. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to pee in the dirt.
Yeah.
Okay, but none of you watch me pee, okay?
Here, look. Saturn
won't.
has wings too. I always forget this. I think she'll like spread out her wings and like turn around.
Wow, where'd you get those?
Stop! I've had them all of them. Okay, nobody's looking, and you have a little.
Everyone close their eyes. Okay, can someone like sing or something so you can't hear me tinkle?
I think Sumner just starts reciting the digits of pi really loudly.
3, 1, yeah. 3,
Allison
5,
joins
9,
in.
1.
2, 3.
I know I gave a different reason why your stealth was so low, Sumner, but I'm actually going to retcon that and say it's because you're saying pi, the numbers of pi so loudly that it's
That's
almost
fair.
going through this space. That's incredible. All of you take a point of gym inspiration. That is unhinged, fuck, and you're so dicky. Una, you are successfully able to pee in a bush. I'm not gonna make you like roll for it. You do that. It happens.
Yeah. Roll the pee.
Roll piss, girl. Anyway.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, hit me with it.
Okay, so they're going up to the top. If Una and Sumner go up to the top, they're gonna get seen, I'm assuming.
Potentially. You
What?
can't see what it looks like, but
But we're gonna be so sneaky about
And we're gonna be
These are
loud.
the least 2 sneaky people.
I just want to
James, if we're loud, does that functionally give them like advantage on stealthing, or is it just like?
If any, potentially, I think also if anything, you would know if you're being loud and annoying, even if Sunder and Blight see you, they might be more likely to go after the loud folks. But so maybe, I guess, is the answer.
Okay.
And the benefit
Go do something.
of us going over and y'all going through like the cavern a bit more is it'll be kind of like an echo chamber too. It's like if you're loud, you'll be really loud.
Okay.
And we could also just kind of wait at the top until y'all start making noise and we hear you.
I think
and
that's a
then
good. Okay, yeah. Wait there until
Okay.
you hear us, and then go do it. Yeah.
Okay.
that we're
That sound good with everyone?
If anyone needs a loud noise, I can scream really
Nope.
loud.
Two of you are being quiet for now, but
Later on, probably. You probably will just do that because that guy really is scary, to be honest. But
let's go. Yeah, let's do it. In a time like the
before
present.
we all split off, can I just say we're like really good at plotting to kill a god. We're doing really good. Just want to
Yeah,
know
I've never done that before.
Neither.
hopefully not again.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is a one and done thing for you. This will be my third attempt, so.
Well, maybe you'll get better this time.
Third
Yeah,
time's the
maybe
charm.
It's like you do better as we go along. Okay.
Okay, wait. Why do you die? Wait.
The
Can I
gods
say goodbye
promise.
to everyone?
Yeah, no, we can say goodbye.
Okay, she like gets up on her tippy toes and like presses a little kiss to Siren's cheek as she does the same to attack. And she looks at Allison and like that, and she goes.
Alright.
Anybody else want to say goodbye?
Sumner gives like an awkward nod at everyone.
We're all coming back.
Do you want to kiss on the cheek, Sumner?
Sure. We're going the same direction, so
I know, but I don't want you to feel left out.
okay. Sure, yeah. Thanks. Alright, let's do this.
Okay.
Incredible. So you guys can split and start making your way up. We'll carry over those stealth checks from before. With 28 and 9, even out, still pretty good. As you guys kind of make your way over the top. As to clarify, I know you're waiting for the noise. Are you waiting to even enter the storm for the noise, or are you going in looking for a place to shelter?
If I peek over the top, what can I see?
So the storm engulfs the entire outside. You would have to
Oh.
like peek your head in to see anything, essentially.
Okay. I think I'll peek my head in because the storm should give me some cover, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So you kind of like peek your head in, and I think even the moment you enter this, you feel like every hair immediately stand on end, and your stomach, like the pit of dread, kind of grows as you are engulfed in shadows and like necrotic magic and just sort of this embodiment of Sunder's hatred. It's also really fucking cold. To the point where like they don't crack or anything like that. I'm not that mean, but like the bottles that you're holding frost over with like ice and icicles. And as you kind of peek in, make me a perception check. I'm gonna say disadvantage if you are keeping your head in the storm, but flat if you're going all the way through the storm.
Okay.
You said perception?
I'll
Yes.
do it at disadvantage.
Mhm.
It's still a 24.
Beautiful.
Gonna do it regular.
Okay.
17.
17. Okay. We'll.
The droplets on my thing just freeze and I can't see around them.
Yeah, incredible. That's really funny. Una, with your 24, you're kind of going through, and I think you make out a couple things. I think one, you can see sort of like the outline at the center of this planet, which is quite large at the surface. You see this like hulking, massive, shadowy figure that I think at first you don't see, especially like consumed by the storm, any like features, and as it like moves slightly, you can just make out like gaps of light that make arms or like the tilt of a chin. It is not. It is only like vaguely humanoid, as this like probably genuinely like 50-foot tall, massive shadow person that is Sunder's avatar. That seems to be in the center and also like the eye of this storm. And I think you see like throughout the shadows every now and then like the crackle of that same like red kind of lightning flash through his body. I think 24 is a great roll. You can also see one sort of off to your left. I think they're pretty far from you, so I think they're kind of hard to make out, but you see about like 10, 15 feet tall, there is also what looks to be like 5 or 6 vaguely humanoid shapes standing in a circle. They don't seem to be moving at all. You're not certain if this is like an architectural element or if these are just very tall creatures, but you don't see like breathing, any movement, any of like the natural signs of a living thing. That is kind of off to your left, and it's a fairly large circle. And then off to your right, I think way in the distance, because 24 is a very good roll, you see what almost looks like a fallen tree. Sort of like at the edge of this, very mangled, the leaves are all dead, but it is kind of towards the back. You also, I will say, you can clock the tunnel opening as well here. Sumner, you put out, I think you clock this same huge figure. But as you stick your head out, with that 9 stealth that you rolled before, as you kind of poke your head out, I think, were you going to say something?
It was an 8, but you know.
Oh, well, but thank you for being honest. I appreciate it. With the 8 stealth roll that you rolled earlier, I think, you know, nothing like hits you, nothing crazy happens, but I think with that roll, you notice a slight shift in the body language of this shadowy figure.
I yanks on the
Feel like
back.
you might be a little- Yeah, 100%. Sumner, you feel like you potentially might have been spotted by Sumner, but nothing happens.
Fuck!
Nothing crazy happens. You don't know for sure.
I'm sure it probably like just looked over here on a coinky dink, like it wasn't you for sure, maybe.
And you know, they're about to start making a lot of noise, so maybe they'll think we just snuck around too.
Yeah, right. There's a big tree over there, but it's dead. But maybe we can plant like the seed in the roots.
Well, yeah, because you know, laugh can come a lot from rot, and if that tree's dead, there's probably a lot of good rot. That's where mushrooms grow, so it'd be a good place.
I love rot. Yeah. Okay.
Me too. Does not
Okay.
get the. It's like, yeah, it's great.
Sure. Speaking of my friends who are about to be loud, tell me about that. You make it into this cavern. I'll set the scene first. I
Set
just
the
want to hear
scene
your
for
plan. I'm
me.
so excited for your plan. I jumped the gun. You are all able to kind of like make it into these caverns. You see that these same like glittering veins of corrupted heart crystal. I think because especially both of you saw it where it was grown, where Birch was growing it, and like had an up close view. I think without even a roll, you definitely recognize this as corrupted heart crystal or heart crystal of some kind. You also see not like light, but I think the flashes of lightning you can kind of see cast on one of the walls, so you have an awareness of where the opening towards the top is, and you can see this tunnel kind of continues down deeper as well. Okay, now that's me setting the scene. What's the plan?
Okay.
So we should be loud, but also annoying. So maybe insulting Sunder and Blight.
Here's the thing. I have this spell. It's called distant speech. What we're gonna do, draw Sunder out, think we're somewhere else, okay? They're gonna think we're a little further up. And then, big guy comes out. Blight's here. I have her fucking knife or whatever, so they'll probably want that back. And hopefully we can pull them out. That'll give Una and Sumner clear shot to where they need to go.
Mm-hmm.
I do think just us, we need to be careful because we could die real quick, real easy. So
Are God, so is Echo with us?
Echo is with you.
Okay, cool. Okay. That's a pretty good plan. So what are we saying?
I don't know. Here, hold on. Are you ready now?
I draws his weapon out. Like, yeah.
You see Echo does the same. Echo, what weapons does Echo have? I know I wrote them, but it's been a month.
God killer sword.
Yeah, no, did I forget to mention that I actually yeah, she has arrows of divine god slaying. Anyway, no, she's you see that they take out like a big shield and this sort of large blade. Just kind of nods and says, "To be clear, when we do this, are we scattering to divert attention, or are we sticking together in formation? Or does
Honestly,
it matter?"
no.
Okay.
From my experience, is Ellison with us? From our experience, I don't really think we'll get the chance to make a lot of decisions on the fly. You know, Ellison, you know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
He just like tilt their head at you.
Right.
I think
Yeah.
the closer you get to like coming out, like making your move, the more and more like shadowy he starts to kind of appear until like most of like the black clothing he wears is now just pure like roiling shadow, and you can only really see their face.
Oh, I love it. Okay.
Horrifying.
That's so real.
All right, Ellison's cooking. It's our turn now. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You guys ready? All right. Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
You're gonna
Saturn?
insult him?
Not exactly. Just hold on. I'm gonna cast distant speech, which
Hell yeah.
it makes your speech audible for up to half a mile outdoors. It doesn't affect the volume change of your voice.
Mhm.
And yeah, so I can talk normally, but plant it further, half a mile out from where we are.
Incredible.
Oh my god, it is so ugly here. I bet a loser lives here.
That's all of it?
I think Saturn's looking at Sutak.
I bet somebody who can't even actually destroy the world lives here.
That's good. Yeah, probably someone stinky too.
Mm-hmm.
I think Saturn also takes out Blight's weapon and kind of like just drags it along the wall of the cavern to make a really awful sound, like
Yeah.
echo through.
Both of you make me an intimidation. That's a satire skill, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm 99%
Do we have?
certain. it is.
Yep,
Yes.
intimidate.
Go and make me an
I have a
intimidate.
plus 14 to
I got a
intimidate.
15. Let's
damn.
fuck this up.
That's a dirty 20.
32.
Holy shit. Yeah. You both
God,
say
I'm feeling
this.
so bad.
And I think you guys kind of like see little bits of rock begin to fall in the tunnel as like the surface of the earth shakes. And I think that like a discordant sound, like echoing thunder that you hear almost doesn't like really register at first. And you realize it's laughter. As Sunder, it's not Sumner, excuse me, Sunder. I knew it was gonna happen at least once in this episode. As Sunder like just sort of like processes and acknowledges this. I think what you also hear, and I will say, Cypress and my cavern crew, what you also see is as Blight. I will say this is also about the time when the rest of you get the notification from Cypress that 2 destinations for the stakes have been found. But you, my friends who can see Blight kind of emerge from deeper in these caverns, who very clearly heard that piece of crystal be popped out and was searching for the noise of it, was like just about to see all of you, and then these words, which everybody hears, like echoes through the caverns down below, and you see Blight's head whip up and they immediately take off further up into the cavern. So cavern crew safe from Blight for the moment. The you up top do not know that Blight is headed your way, but above board, that's what happens there. But you say all of that, and I think you see the light in the tunnel. Like there is a strike of lightning much closer to the entrance, and you see like the sparks and the light kind of flicker. And I think especially Allison and Saturn, who have faced Sunder before, you recognize this as an invitation to like. It's like okay, well, come on then, come here.
Do I have a +1, or is that like just a general invitation?
Oh, I thought you were asking me if mechanically you had a +1 to something.
Yeah.
Like, say
Yeah.
more.
Also, give me one.
I think you hear, and I think even like those down in the caverns hear this like crooning voice, like thunder and the scraping of metal. And it almost feels like a whisper, despite the fact that it is booming loud enough to shake the like spare rocks in this cavern. Say, Saturn, you can bring as many people as you want.
Great. Okay. Good news, guys. Unlimited +1s. Don't know about the open bar though. Probably have to wait on that one. So, yeah, she'll start walking forward.
Absolutely. Is everyone in the intimidation crew waltzing into the light? Yeah. Absolutely. You guys break the surface. And you can see, because you are in the eye of the storm now, this area is visible. Still dark, but visible. And you see this same hulking 50-foot form of Sunder that almost from this angle looks to be both like a part of the storm and backlit by it, to the point where like the way the shadows like shift and merge into the like cloud-like shadows around, it's almost like hard to get an understanding of like where Sunder ends and the storm begins, or if there is even a part that ends and the storm begins, or maybe it's all just one together, but it kind of like blurs together in different places where you're like, that's an arm. No, maybe it's not. Is it 2 arms? I'm not really sure. But you see Sunder, who is standing here in the center of this planet, gazing down at the direction you're all walking. And I think in this moment as well, those of you walking up just see Sumner's face get yoinked back into the storm. So you know there is a possibility that Sumner has been made as well. And I think Sunder kind of looks down at him and goes, whoa, well, not 1 but 2 guests come back. Welcome. I missed you. To what do I owe the pleasure of old faces and new?
Get a load of this guy. Basically, third time's a charm, That's what they say, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Ellison's been in your house like this whole time, you just haven't noticed.
Oh, I've noticed. Don't get me wrong. Although you were distinctly less person and more shadow the last time I saw you. Interesting turn of events, don't you think?
Silent.
I think
Don't
like
let him get to you.
And then looks back at you, Saturn, like unbothered by the lack of response, but just sort of being like, well, Saturn's talking to me, I'll talk to Saturn.
Yeah, so are we gonna do the same thing as before? Do you want to spice it up? What's your game plan here? I have your
Well-
friend's like sword. That thing
Right. Yeah,
was not impressed by that.
kind of cocks their head a little bit and goes, last time I saw that it was larger. Was it too much for you to handle, Saturn?
That's honestly really offensive. No, we had to use it
My
for a specific
apologies.
reason. Yeah,
And
you're
what
not
is
fucking
that
sorry.
reason?
None of
I
your
don't have
business.
to tell you.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is it exactly, by the way, that you think we're going to do? I'm afraid your friend Andromeda is indisposed at the moment.
She's
so
literally
we'll have to
not.
mix it up.
She's not.
Sunder looks at you, and I think you don't process there as any understanding there. He doesn't have features, so it's hard to judge, but like, you don't think that Sunder has any fucking clue what you're talking about.
Okay, cool. You indispose of everyone. You need a new game plan. It's getting a little boring.
Why, you want to be friends, Saturn?
No, I don't want to be fucking friends with you. I think you're weird and you live out here in the cold. Like, you have no fun. And all your
I
little
would love
minions
to
are
not,
sad.
don't get me wrong.
Well,
It's kind
consequence,
of my whole
actions, you know how that goes. And you
Right.
have reaped what you sowed. It's very unfortunate, and I am sorry that happened to you. But you have killed my friends multiple times over, and I'm kind of sick of it.
But you keep coming back. I mean, it's
Yeah.
sort of like a fascinating, toxic thing we have going on here. It's like
Yeah.
you show up, I kill you and your friends, you come back with new friends, I kill those friends. Like, I don't know.
It's not the
maybe
fun toxic, though. Yeah, is it?
I'm having fun. I'm sorry you're not having fun.
You don't know the definition of fun, right?
How do you know? Maybe I'm a very fun guy.
What do you do
Like
for
your
fun?
friend over there motions to where you saw Sumner.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Fuck.
Yeah.
So,
Do you say fuck out loud?
no, it's an inside thought.
Okay, yeah.
I think she does look a little bit more uncomfortable when Sunder says that, but it's still like, oh, I'm cool.
I think you see Sunder like leans in a little bit and goes, "Ooh, struck a nerve with that one, did I?"
You didn't strike any nerves. You don't get on my nerves. I have one
Right.
goal and one intention with you.
What's that?
Don't
To
make
bring me
say it.
people to murder?
No.
Over and over and over again?
No. Like I said, Sunder, if we used our listening ears, right, they're not turned on. Third time's a charm.
If you say so, Saturn.
Can I use this whole exchange as
Yes.
Ellison? They're just silent, focusing on making some kind of insight check. Like, where is a weak spot here? Either on Sunder or around Sunder, or like, what is a good place for me to start targeting and hitting?
Yeah, make me either a perception check or a sense motive check.
Can I also make a perception check to see where we should put the stake?
Absolutely, you can.
I'm trying to buy all some time. I don't know how well it's working.
No,
You're
doing a
great
really
job.
good job.
Grace, I'd love to make like a fucked up little guy because I know you're gonna just like absolutely roast them for 15 minutes, and that's really fun for me. So I appreciate
like
that.
him though. I do.
He's a likable guy.
He's awful, but something about him.
real.
Oh my god, I can't, man.
I believe in you.
I have a plus 15, and I rolled an 18.
So like a 30 something.
34.
Yeah.
Incredible, 100%. And Sutak, what did you roll?
A natural 20 for a 30.
Oh,
Oh my god, those rolls!
let's go!
Incredible. We are going to start with Ellison. I think as you're sort of scanning this, I think one, you feel that a lot of Sunder's like avatar state here is intangible, to the point that I think you get the sense that like, I think you feel that like when, not an if, but when this becomes like a combat situation, you're not even sure how much Sunder will be like hitting you so much as manipulating the environment. Like there are places where it's tangible. Like you get the sense that like there are places in his hands that are tangible enough to interact with the environment. I think specifically all of you can see as well, especially as Sunder like moves and like talks with his hands a little bit. You see these like gleaming silver and blue arcane links that link each of his wrists to points on the ground. And I think you can see specifically like the places around those cuffs are very, very like weak and mortal, as the effect of them forces him to be tangible. I also think that like, generally speaking, I think you feel that like the core of Sunder, like his abdomen, like if he had a heart where his heart would be, is a little bit more vulnerable as it houses like the center of what's left of his divinity, essentially, which is pretty far up, but I think those are like the big kind of points that you see. A lot of the rest of him kind of shifts in and out of shadow, so you think that there might be like moments when other parts of him become more tangible, but those two seem to be constant. Natural 20, Sutak, looking for a place to put these stakes. I think you clock the last two that have not by the party already been clocked. You see one, what actually was, which you don't know, clocked by both Una and Sumner. You see that same tree, and you see that like while you get a better look at it though, because you're out of the storm. You see that there is sort of like on the outskirts this fallen tree, and like the bark is rotting, and the branches are like spindly and like leafless. And so you get the sense that like the bulk of the tree is dead, but you see like jutting out of from what used to be like a loose like pavement, or not pavement but like cobblestones, you see a couple of living roots that have hung on, and you think if you place the druidic stake in there, it will be enough to like anchor it essentially. You also see the very last one, which is the divine stake. As you also, for similar reasons, but different reasons, as you also like look at these chains for the first time, and all of you see the places where like the links have cracked, and you see there's also like huge like broken links that are sapped of energy and like magic kind of laying around in the environment. You see like the base where the chain is anchored radiates divine energy, and that divine energy like seeps into the ground, and the places around it, like if there is greenery there, the grass is green, but you can like even from this distance, you're probably like 90 feet away from it, you can feel the divine energy radiating off of them, and you think that it would be enough to anchor the divine stake. With a natural 20, do you have any other questions about this environment?
Are there obvious places that would be like an environmental hindrance outside of just the general we're in the fucking dead zone and it's Sunder?
Sure. I think you don't clock anything that would be like difficult terrain or anything like that here. I think, yeah, you clock like a number of places to like take shelter and hide if necessary. You definitely see like places on the ground where lightning has like struck and scorched even like the dead debris that was left there. But I don't think you see anything that is a huge red flag to you on like don't walk here, don't cross here. I will also say, because of that nat 20, I will also give you, I think you see a point where the seed of truth might be. It might be a good place to plant it, which is you see these same like circle of statues, and as you like look at their faces, they like resemble people that you know and people that you care about in like an odd kind of like shadow refracted way. But and it looks like whatever the structure is like crashed onto the surface. I don't think you get the sense that like it was always where it has come to rest now, but in the center of these standing statues, you get the sense that like the ground and the statues there have some sort of magic imbued in them, and at the center is this like kind of rocky outcropping that is engraved with some kind of like mosaic, it almost looks like, and you think that whatever like magic is there, or enchantment or memory or whatever is there or used to be there, could be good ground for the seed of truth. And it is pretty close to the center as well. Yes.
You said that these are statues, and when Sutak looks at them, their faces like similar to people that he cares about. Are these the statues we saw in our first episode of Starfair, or second one when we walked in?
The characters would not know this, but I will give you, my Starfarers players.
Will you give it to me?
These are the statues from the council room.
Ah!
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As this conversation is happening, we're going to check in with my stealth crew. You see, as this conversation begins, and Sunder, you can kind of like catch strains of the conversation through the wind that is whipping around in this storm. You get the sense of, at least at the moment, even if Sunder clocked you, Sumner, you have a moment or a few moments to maneuver. What's the plan?
I'm running towards the tree.
Absolutely. Are you sure?
If that's what Una's doing, go.
Yeah, I haven't seen the stuff with the mosaic yet, and Una was kind of looking at the trees, so I think... Can I use the storm? Can I like run through the storm and use it as cover to like get as close to the tree as I can and then pop out?
I will say, because of the wind whipping and like the magical energy that is inside this, I would say if you stay in this for like a couple minutes, I will probably give you a little bit of psychic damage about it.
Yeah.
But like a D4's amount of psychic damage. If you want to use it for cover. Then yeah, absolutely you can continue to do that. It's definitely...
Can I pick Sumner up and try and fly through the storm?
Yeah, I think it's funny to imagine you holding Sumner and Sumner holding the seed.
Top Gun style.
Just incredibly like lopsided going through. So Sumner, if you're going as well, both of you will take 3 points of psychic damage from just being immersed in this like tangible hatred for a couple minutes. But you guys can eventually make it to the tree. You see the same roots that Sutak saw.
And we subtract that from our stamina first, right?
Yes, you do. Thank you for the reminder.
How do I reset this? Yeah, I found it.
Incredible.
Because I had 0 stamina.
Oh, no. You're gonna need those. No, please. Incredible. You all reach this tree. What are you doing? And you are kind of behind Sunder a little bit to the right. You feel like you have a moment without his attention.
Okay.
Can I make a life science check to see if
Absolutely.
this is indeed a good spot to plant a seed?
100% do it with advantage because you're a Divinian.
So, that is a 9 plus 14 for 23.
23, yeah. I think you feel like you might have to clear away some of the debris, and like if you can scoop some of the like dead dirt away a little bit to get it like deep in the roots, that would be ideal. But this is definitely enough like druidic magic to anchor this stake.
I was talking about the seed.
Oh, the
I don't know.
seed at the tree?
Yeah.
I think you don't get the sense there's enough because the seed is pretty large. I don't think you see there's enough like fertile earth here essentially for the seed necessarily.
What stakes does
I will say
everyone
you
have?
if everyone wants to roll a luck check to see if you took the stakes that you stumbled upon, I will allow that. I'm gonna say you want more than a 10.
Cypress got a nat 20.
Beautiful. You have both the ones that you need. So Astral and Ancestral are with Cavern Crew.
I got an 11.
11, beautiful. Between Ancestral and Druidic, which do you think Saturn would rather have? Because both of them are above.
Ancestral.
Beautiful. You have Ancestral. Then Sutak, did you also have a stake?
I did have a stake.
Then
Were
we
there
will say
two ancestral ones? Because I know.
No. Just one.
Okay, so then what were the ones that Cypress had? Because he had the one that was
Or
like
no.
the water one and ancestral.
I so sorry that I misread. Thank you so much for saying that. I can read, I promise. So I'm so sorry, Saturn. You would either have Druidic or Divine.
Divine.
Beautiful. Then Sutak, you have Druidic.
Okay, and the spare one, like it does work for whatever it gets put
Yes.
into.
It's like it's not the
Dope.
strongest option, but it is like an emergency.
Okay, so we should try to get like.
Yes, if you
Okay,
can.
cool.
It won't like sabotage your plans. It'll work. It just won't be as on it.
Okay. So, yeah, Una and Sam are looking at this tree. This seed's not gonna fit. Maybe this is a good place for one of the stakes, but Una knows that the spare isn't the most important one. Can she spot the same thing that like some of these roots are like living?
Yes, absolutely.
Can I pour a little bit of one of the jars onto these tree roots?
Yeah,
To see if I
absolutely.
can.
You pour some of the homelight and you watch as like some of the places where like the roots have begun to decay, the color seeps back into them and it seems to like revive them a little bit more. And you see it like spreads a little bit up the tree and little like, I think in some of the limbs, very small flowers begin to bloom. It's not a huge effect, but it is enough that the tree is like a little better off than it was.
Alright, this isn't gonna work for the seed. We need to find a new spot.
Okay, well I think this is a good place for the stake though, but I don't have one.
Alright, send it in the, group.
Oh.
The chat.
This is Big Bird speaking. We need one of the stakes for the place where the tree is. Over and out.
Ask if anyone sees any spot for the seed.
Yeah, can
And if anyone can say what the seed is, please tell me. This is Big Bird speaking. Over and out.
Sutak like immediately, over where the statues are. It'll be the best place for it.
Suchak, do you hide that you're doing this?
Can I try to?
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check.
Okay, how good is my boy at that? It's not bad. Could be worse. That's a natural 1.
Yeah, you have DM inspiration.
Oh wait, that's right. That's right.
Do you have any inspiration?
Why don't you use that? Why don't you use that, friend?
Thank you. I forgot. I keep forgetting I have it. That becomes a 23.
23. I just rolled a 25. I'm sorry. God. Sorry.
I can't. I couldn't beat it. I could beat a 25 with a nat 20 on sleight of hand.
Sunder, I think in this moment, mid kind of talking to you, Saturn, snaps to you, Sutak, and leans in a little bit and goes, "Sorry, am I boring you?"
Sutak.
Oh,
If
you must
I'm-
be talking to all your little friends here, right?
No,
Just
no,
out of curiosity, what is the grand plan?
Does hold on, does Thunder have like cuffs on? Is that what you
Yes.
said earlier?
They're like really long chains, so he has
Okay.
movement in his hands, but yes.
Yeah, we're just
And they're not attached
actually-
with the wrist, they're separately attached.
Got ya, okay. We're here to like help you out, replace those.
I love you so much, I'm not even gonna let you roll a deception check because you're a Divinian. He just goes, right. Okay,
Unless
well,
that's like
listen,
a fun thing you do. You know, if that's like a thing you're into. Doesn't, you know.
I mean, listen, if you want to play it that way, lie to your old friend Sunder, I mean, we can just get the show on the road.
We're
if
not
that's
friends.
easier.
We're not friends. Do you understand? It's really important to me that you know that, okay? Do you know that?
Those of you talking to Sunder, would you make me a quick perception check, please?
Can I say that was I want to get within 15 feet of Sunder, so Ellison
Yeah.
is just like walking forward.
That's
Absolutely. I did think you meant Una did it, and my heart fell out of my ass for a
Absolutely
second,
not.
but absolutely,
No.
Ellison can do so.
Sorry, what check are
29.
we making?
29? Perception.
Can I prepare a spell? I don't know if that's a thing
Sure.
people do.
You can hold the
Yes.
spell if you'd like, for like, or you can, if you want, you can shoot it off and initiate combat, but you can also hold that spell if you would like.
29.
29. Did you guys both roll a 29?
Yeah, we did.
Cute.
Aw.
Friends who die together.
Friends who die
roll
Sutak, what did you get, man?
Yeah, that is a 30.
Oh my god. Damn. All three of you very easily hear coming up from the tunnel behind you the like shink of metal being pulled from a sheath as Blight is now standing behind you. Tell me about that spell.
I wanted to prepare a spell for if, like, I don't know, like, for the perception. I wanted Saturn to prepare sinking ship because I want her to drop a giant ship on someone. And I think it would be really perfect if Blight ran up and Saturn, like, immediately cast off sinking ship, which is a giant, massive spectral shipwreck that drops in a designated area and vanishes. But if the creature doesn't make the save, they take full damage and get crushed between the ship.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. Yeah. What does it look like as you
God.
summon this spectral ship down onto Blight 3 seconds into her stepping foot on the surface of this planet? Tell me what that looks like.
I think she was like getting ready to drop it on Sunder, and then Blight like comes up from behind. She like whips around, and the ship above kind of whips with her, and she drops this like glimmering blue, giant like ancient ship on top of Blight. I'm
gonna go ahead and make that reflex save to see if she takes
Okay.
half damage. While we do this, I'm gonna ask everybody, including Cavern Crew, to roll initiative for me. Dropping a ship on a guy seems like it would qualify as a...
we can still talk it out, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, that it's not Sunder, it's just Blight, you know.
so true. Okay. Reflex save. What's your DC?
A 14.
14. I do beat a 14, but she still takes half.
Okay, let me roll. That is good. Let me do some math.
That is okay. While you are rolling damage, I'm going to go ahead and take those initiative scores, if everyone is ready. All right, 25 to 20.
Wait, hold on. I didn't roll.
That's okay. I'll pick up you last, because I know you're rolling damage. I'll
Okay.
just check in with you afterwards. 25 to 20? Or
Wait.
above 25?
Ellison got a nat 20, so 20.
Incredible. It's what he deserves. Anybody else? 25 to 20.
I got 21.
21. Beautiful. Okay. 20 to 15.
Una got 17.
Okay. Anyone else? 15 to 10? Oh,
I saw
no, sorry.
first got a 15.
15, beautiful. 15 to 10, anyone else? 10 to 5.
7.
7. Incredible. And then Sumner, would you roll, babe?
4.
Incredible. Obsessed with that. Yeah. So as you drop a ship on top of my girl Blight, how much damage does she take?
She took 19 and a half. I feel as if we should round it up to 20.
I will
points
roll up
of-
to 20. We'll roll up.
Okay, 20 points of bludgeoning damage. Like,
Incredible. Yeah, you just like, can I flavor this?
please do.
Blight like takes 3 steps out with this like wicked grin and pulls a sword that nobody facing them currently recognizes, because the rest of you are looking at Sunder, and takes like 1 step, and you see they like open their mouth to say something snarky, and SS Big Sexy just slams them into the ground, in this like sort of spectral ghost version of the SS Big Sexy. Fucking incredible. Yeah, I'm trying to like, does she just eat it? Are they prone or anything?
I don't know what crushed is, and because she saved the reflex.
Okay, yeah, so she is not crushed. Thank God. But you know what? I think it's fair to say that they are prone at the start of combat, because you literally dropped a ship on top of them, and that feels fair to me.
I've wanted to use that spell the entire time in the campaign, so this feels
an
really
incredible spell.
Yeah.
I actually like Starfinder like 20% more because that's passive. Incredible. We're gonna pick up at top of the round with Ellison.
Wait, VJ, did you want to say something?
Nope.
I thought we do.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good.
Are you sure? Okay.
I think Alan kind of like has his head whipped around, sees this ship like drop on Blight, and I think they just begin to like laugh in this horrific, like haunting way as like shadows like spill out of their like mouth and eyes, and as they like turn around to Sunder, the shadows kind of like roiling out of like every orifice in their face form into this like tendril and just strike at the center of him. And I would like to use my soul render action.
Hell yeah. Tell me about that.
So I have to roll. Okay. Bear with me.
Yeah, take your time.
There's a 23 hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's big.
So he takes 4d10. So he takes 24 points of necrotic damage.
Incredible.
And I have 3 attacks, right?
Yes, you do.
So that was 2 attacks. With my last attack, I'm just gonna do like follow up with like another bap.
Yeah, incredible.
And that's a 26 to hit.
26 will hit.
So it takes 3d8
Incredible.
plus something. So that's another 12 plus 5. Another 17 points of necrotic damage with that one. And I'm just, aiming for those like weak spots in the abdomen again and again. And he just continues to laugh. He hasn't said a word to Sunder this whole time, but he's just laughing.
Absolutely. You watch as each of these attacks sinks into that soft spot in Sunder's chest. And Sunder, who was like very focused on like Saturn and this little like back and forth bit they were doing, and then the ship whirls on you and looms over you. And I think, there's no features, but for the first moment, I think, you don't have memories of when the Soul Wraith was terrorizing the Dead Zone, but I think you recognize a familiarity in the posture that tells you that Sunder both not is used to, but like has fought the Soul Wraith before and doesn't like it. As you like expertly find all of these soft spots. I will say as well that everyone who is looking at Sunder notes that same soft spot that Ellison is hitting and the way that it impacts. You also have that information. Anything else on Ellison's turn?
I think I'm just going to use my movement not to move any closer, but I think that arms just kind of like spread out and they just use their fly speed and they just hover up to Sunder's eye level.
Absolutely, that fucks 100%. You are now 50 feet in the air, and I love that for you.
Thanks.
Incredible. That is now Saturn's turn with Sunder on deck to be followed by Una.
How tall is Sunder right now?
50 feet.
Okay.
Big guy.
All right. Oh, I can fucking fly. Stupid. Okay. I so badly want to use Charm Monster, but I'm not going to. Can I instead... Blight's prone, right? So
Yes.
I can, like, okay. I think...
So you would have advantage if you melee attack them.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if it's a Starfinder roll, but we're rolling with it.
I think Saturn will kind of like, after she drops the ship on Blight, kind of turn to Sunder and smile and give a thumbs up, say, good luck, and then cast Slip Through Space, and she will kind of like fall through the ground and reappear 10 feet in the air above Blight, if possible. Like kind of drop down on top of Blight.
Yeah, I love that.
And as I land, I will deal... I'm going to cast this at 5th level.
Beautiful.
I will deal 5d8 bludgeoning damage. She does have to make another reflex save.
Okay. I'm going to give her disadvantage because she is prone.
Slay.
What's your...
15 is the
15.
DC.
I doubt I'm going to hit it. No. I rolled a 2. She got +7. So no, that is a failure.
Fucking awesome. I can just roll with this button. That's 25 bludgeoning damage on Blight.
Hell yeah.
Damn, I feel bad.
As you land on Blight, you watch as they like kind of groan and turn and like spit a splatter of like 2 like dark blood, not living humanoid blood, onto the ground, and just look up at you and like grit her teeth. In what would be like a more impressive snarl if they hadn't just gotten hit by a ship and then hit really bad. They're trying their best. Incredible. Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
No.
Hell yeah. That is Saturn. It is now Sunder's turn with Una on deck. Sunder, I think in this moment, looming over Ellison, pauses and kind of like takes in the full kind of like battlefield and landscape, clocks Una and Sumner, but doesn't seem like super invested right now. But just both of you feel seen in this moment. Like you feel the weight of Sunder's eye on you. And then you see he like, in a gust of wind, kind of whirls back on the primary little group here. And all of you hear like the screeching of bending and warping metal on metal as Sunder reaches down and tears some of the chains free and throws them at your group. I need Sutak. Blight's just gonna fail because it's also a reflex saving throw. So Blight and then Saturn. Yeah, I think you guys were the most clumped. I need you guys to go ahead and make me a reflex saving throw, please. And actually, Ellison, because you are close, but you're still in the 30 feet.
A 25.
25, that's a pass.
24.
That's a pass.
That's a 7.
7,
Ellison,
that's a fail.
please.
Can I roll with advantage because I'm like half incorporeal?
I'm gonna say no on this one because the chains are big, but that is something. Feel free to keep asking that because there are some of these that'll apply to. Incredible. My friends that I rolled so badly.
Right.
God damn, that is so depressing. That's okay. Ellison, you're gonna take 5 points of bludgeoning damage. The other 2 of you are gonna take 2. I rolled a 2, a 2, and a 1 on 3d10. As these chains just kind of like clip past all of you. And Blight also is hit by these chains and kind of like snarls a little bit. That is Sunder's cute little lair action turn.
Good job, buddy.
He's warming up. You know, he's had a long time to kind of just like be alone here. He's gonna stretch a little bit. It is now Una's turn with Cass and Leo on deck, followed by Cypress.
Can I ask a find a question?
Absolutely.
Vijay, you might know this as well. To be like, so I'm a Solarian.
Mhm.
To be fully attuned, graviton or photon, I have to do things. Like, what do I have to do to get fully graviton attuned?
That's such a good question that I'm going to be so real.
I can answer
don't
it.
know the answer to. Incredible.
So,
Take
at
it
the
away, VJ. And
Yeah!
GM inspiration for knowing Starfinder. by
Yay!
the way.
So okay, at the start of each of your turn, you make a decision make a decision to be unattuned, graviton attuned, or photon attuned, and it's just you making that decision. And to get fully attuned, it's after like 3 times. So on your third round, you're fully attuned, and then you can do stuff.
Thank you so much.
You're a hero, VJ.
Can I say my previous like sense motive check, because that's a graviton thing, counts as one graviton attuned thing?
Yeah.
So if I do another graviton thing this time, then next time I'll be fully attuned. Thank you. So I'm going to, as my action, I'm going to do my warp perception stellar revelation. So stupid. I bend light and minds alike to make people see what they want to see. I basically make a disguise check. What do I want to look like? Can I make myself look like Blight?
Yeah. Obsessed with that.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna like make myself look like Blight, and then I'm gonna like take out my Luna weapon and like mimic like attacking something like, get on the ground, I am Samina Scary and I won't fight you. Shh, it's really me, Una.
Incredible.
Don't worry, Thunder, I got this one.
Sumner will put his hands up trying to go along with it, but he's like, what the fuck?
Don't even worry about this. I know you can see us, but I got it handled, bro.
That is incredible. Phenomenal. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. What do I... No. Yeah. Is there anything useful I can do to help prep this area for a stake?
I think if you want to like take some time to start kind of clearing out some of that dead dirt and make like a little easier entry point, you can absolutely do that.
Okay, I'll do that. I would just like my foot as I'm
Yeah.
it.
Absolutely free action. You can start kind of digging out a little spot for this stake. Thank you so much, Una. It is now Cass and Leo's turn and Cypress's turn all back to back. So we're going to hop, like, don't worry about action economy for initiative. We're just going to spend a couple minutes here and then move on in initiative because I know you guys aren't fighting anything. You're worried about the stakes. But all of you do hear the beginnings of like thunder and combat in the distance. And Cass just goes, okay, all right, let's...
I feel like Thunder, Jesus. I feel like Cypress, the moment that he hears like fighting, like almost like tugged towards like walking up there.
Yeah.
Thinking about baby sister and everybody fighting, but then knows like they can't get out of here until they put those stakes down. So I would love for him to like kind of like tap Tito a little bit on the butt to like open up their back and grab a little. It looks like almost like I don't even know how to not. I can't even like a handle basically. And he twists it and kind of like Iron Man style, like a big old like sledgehammer like comes out.
Hell yeah.
And he's like, okay, should we hit the one down there? Go down there first and get that stake in first and then make our way up.
Yeah, that sounds fair to me.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay. And yeah, you guys can easily make your way down. It's not super long of a walk further down into the cavern. It takes a couple minutes. But all of you can make it down to sort of like the shores of what you would imagine once used to be a pool of water that would like drift in and out and in and out with the tides, but now has sat for hundreds and hundreds of years here. But it doesn't look like stagnant or murky or corrupted the way anything else does. In fact, it almost looks like you're looking into like a pool of like starlight. In like little bit of water reflected on the bottom, and the way like the rocks have begun to shine with like silver motes of astral light in here.
Oh, he snaps a quick picture. So this is so random, but the Castorian tattoos, they move, no? Is his tattoo doing anything while being in this space where like the hearth used to be?
I think your tattoos don't seem to be moving as much, but I think there is like I think the cold does not seep into you as much as it does the others. Like there is, even as corrupted and changed as this place has been, there is a warmth for you with being here.
Yeah.
And so I think that like your tattoos mostly move the same, but you don't feel like as cold or as like fearful as most of the rest of the party does here.
Yeah. He holds on to that little sense of like connection, that ancestral connection that he doesn't really know how to place.
Can I just say
To ground
on that-
himself.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's it.
I was going to say, I think also, especially being down here with the astral sea water, being a child of someone who is the child of Isla.
You sound so underwater.
Oh,
Yeah, there we go. Hi.
oh, it's crazy. I think especially being like down here in this, like, especially being like essentially the grandchild of Isla, I think there is something especially about being down here with a piece of like astral sea water that once like was even more Isla than the water that you sail through. There is something very like calming and serene and right about being here. Truly.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. I want to bottle some of the water.
You can if you want to.
Can he? Okay.
Yeah,
If he
absolutely.
can.
100%.
I feel like he's so on a mission, but yeah, I think he'll go and like if he can just swoop up a little bit and bottle it up in some kind of canister that you can find in Tito's trunk.
Absolutely.
And then immediately I'll store that for his parents and then turn back and look for a spot for where the stake can be.
Yeah, without even a check, I think you see that the like silt at the center of this pool, which is not hugely deep, it's pretty shallow, you see looks softer. You get the sense that maybe the astral state could be placed like directly in the center of this pool of water.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, then he trudges over there immediately and tries to put that in and get the sledgehammer out.
Yeah, absolutely. The water is not like hugely deep. I think it probably comes up to about your knees as you like walk in, especially because you're tall. And I think that like you brace yourself for the water to be like ice cold, but it is as pleasantly warm as like the ocean near the equator. Like it is perfectly warm and temperate somehow, just preserved despite all the time that has passed and all the changes that have occurred here. And as you kind of make your way into the center, I think you see that like Cass takes a few steps in to follow you, but like can kind of see on your face that like doesn't understand why this is so like impactful for you, but sees it and hangs back just a little bit to be there if you need her, but to not intrude. You also see Leo, when you entered this little like cavern, took up watch near the tunnel, so you know if anything happens down here, Leo will clock it. But you pull out this sledgehammer. Go ahead and make me a strength check with advantage because Cass is sort of like keeping an eye on helping, and like if she sees something like a rock in the way, they will like let you know.
Yeah. And there's a part of him that's like, it's a little heartbreaking because he wants to stay there and kind of like bask in it a little bit more, but knows like they're kind of in a time crunch. He kind of pauses for a second before realizing like, I gotta get a fucking move on.
There.
And then, but I think he's very much so in awe of what's the water around him and how it's making him feel. Where am I? Here we go. Okay. And you said strength?
Yes, if you want to pitch me another check, I will accept it, but otherwise strength.
If I know where to find it. That's athletics, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. That's a 22.
22, incredible. You just like one strike after another hammer this stake further and further, and you watch like as it sinks further into the water, the runes under the water begin to glow this like shimmering bright blue of just like pure crystal water. And as it reaches down as far as you know it should go, there is a moment as like you can feel the magic ignite and hold as it waits for your offering. To this stake that embodies the astral, what do you give or offer it to embody this astral magic? And I will say, you don't have to sacrifice whatever you give. It's just to put that.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be tangible. Yeah, I think.
Mm-mm.
I think it gives a little bit more space to connect with Isla. I think growing up, I think Cypress, out of all their siblings, has been very much like, what's outside? And is very well versed in their culture, but is very much like, what's going on over there? So I think, and also just like them connecting with Tereus too, right? Even though Isla is their grandpa. So I think seeing this space how it is and experiencing this really lovely pocket in all of this death and whatnot, I think this is the first time where Cypress really truly understands like the deep connection and love there that people have or had with this place. So opening up, allowing more space for that connection with Isla, another god, is what they give.
Yeah, absolutely. As you like tap into this ancestral part of you that is linked forever to the god of the ocean, I think this entire cavern, like from a place that you don't even know where, like this perfect breeze comes in, and it carries with it both the smell of apple blossoms as you channel Tereus's, like your bond with Tereus, and the smell of seawater on like a perfect beach day. And as I think all of these memories come to your mind too, of like moments when you were traveling at sea and the wind seemed to catch in your sails at exactly the right time and just a stroke of good luck. Or like you were going into a storm that you were worried about and somehow it just wasn't quite as bad as you expected, or it spared your ship a little more. Or you stepped into water like this you expected to be cold, then it was warm. All these times in your life when the sea has moved with you as a connection that you can never quite have, but also that you'll always have no matter what, kind of fills you and fills this room. And you watch as the stake fully sinks into place. These runes grow brighter and brighter. And the places in this rocky cavern that meet the water, you see every crack in them begins to light this like watery blue until the entire cavern that you're in is just gleaming with blue and green crystal, as you have successfully put the astral stake in place. All of you above as well, as we kind of shift back into initiative here, you like feel it. And it's really hard to explain. You almost feel it like more in like the makeup of your soul than you do like feel a rumbling, but like you know when a stake has been put in place. And I think you guys watch as, I think this is like not Saturn, Sunder has like just kind of pulled back from throwing these chains, and you watch as that soft spot on his chest like gleams blue for a second and he winces, and from it, those of you on the surface see comes this like what almost I think first appears to be like almost like the ribbons of light that you saw in the kiss, but this stream of that same kind of like bluish magic. And then that magic takes the form of somebody that Ellison and Saturn you recognize as Mitski, as this sort of like watery silhouette, as Mitski's soul is freed from Sunder's influence, just looks down at all of you with a very fond smirk and goes, "Finally." And grins at you, and you watch as it like goes off into the stars and disappears in a little beam of light, as the first stake is in place and Mitski is free. And Sunder roars My cavern crew, you can start making your way back up to the next stake. We're going to hop back into initiative. That is now. It is Blight's turn with Sutak on deck. Blight is getting just the shit kicked out of her. Saturn, are you still standing over them?
Yeah. It's a
Incredible.
little homoerotic. Like,
Honestly, I feel the homoerotic energy.
yeah.
Like, and honestly, in Pride, take a point of Jam inspiration. We love to see it. And everyone gets being gay inspiration if you do something extra gay this month. You're kind of like standing out, and you see Blight like spits this blood and looks back up at you and goes, "All right, that's how you want to play? Let's play." Reaches over and grabs this sword that Saturn, you recognize as Andromeda's sword, Star Striker. Grabs the hilt, and as like in the same fluid movement, almost like unnaturally fluid movement of shifting like up onto their knees, is gonna bring the sword up and try and slice across you. I'm gonna go ahead and make a cute and sexy little attack. I use this d20. That's fun. Oh my god, this bitch cannot roll affectionate. That's 15 to hit your KAC.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. Incredible. I'm gonna roll
Wait,
a
did
little
you
bit of
say? Did you say? Oh yeah. To hit, the 15 hits you.
Yeah. I have a low KAC.
4, 5, 6. That is 7 points of slashing and 2 points of electric damage to you, so 9 points total. As you feel like that same like cold kind of cut through you that you know well, and it almost like sparks with electricity as it like seeps into you. And you feel like there's no mechanical effect to it other than the damage, but you almost like feel your muscles like contract and release for a second as each hit is imbued with electricity. And Blight like stands up very fluidly in front of you and like stretches her neck out and then just like gets into a battle ready stance. Gonna make her next attack. That is
Another.
She hits. Yeah. A million. That's a 27 to hit.
That's close. So
Yeah. Is that a
it's
miss?
almost a 10.
That is 8 points of damage to you. You feel that same like spark of electricity hit, and she's not gonna take a full attack here, but you feel that electricity linger in you. And I think in this moment you recall the times when Andromeda would hit someone and then afterwards send a surge of electricity that would give them extra electricity. You don't feel that electricity hit you. You feel as if you have been like marked by Star Striker, essentially. And that is Blight's turn. It is now Sutak's turn with Echo on deck. Echo on Deco.
Deco.
How far are the roots from where Sutak is right now?
I'm gonna say probably about 90, but also like we weren't super strict with how you guys were moving as Sunder was being bullied. So if you want to say that you're closer, I'm gonna say you can be within like 60 feet.
Oh, that's perfect. Love you so much, James. Secondary question. So I have an ability called Charge, which means like I can double my speed and then I get to make an attack at the end of it, or I don't have to. But would the charging to the spot and then the attack I technically get be enough to try and push the stake in?
Yeah, I think that's fun. So yes.
Fuck yeah.
I think that's cool and sexy.
I think like Sutak looks back at Blight and Jesus, Saturn looks at Echo. It's gonna shout or is Sunder can hear him probably anyway. It's gonna I'm headed to the roots, and it's just gonna take off and just charges 60 feet. If I can flavor it, I think as he starts running, like the heated core of him like gets hotter and hotter. Like, you know, in the cartoons when you run really fast and like there's like a trail of fire behind you. I think that's where the speed is coming from, just boosting him until he gets over there where he sees fucking Blight Una attacking.
Yeah, make a perception or sense motive check.
Yeah.
And I think I'm going to give you advantage because you did watch Blight walk up from the caverns.
Okay, so
really just don't roll like 2 ones.
31.
You're good. Yeah, it's Una.
Okay, it's just
It's very convincing, but I think it's the voice that kind of gives it away a little bit.
just
We can't hear you, Jess. I'm so sorry. I don't know why.
It's because I'm on mute.
That'll do it.
that'll do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just kind of looks at Una, gives a wink, and it's gonna like take that attack he gets, and like shove the stake into the ground where I think Una said was like making room for.
Yes.
Dope.
Una did prime you for this 100%, so you don't have to make that check. Between the ability that you're using and Una kind of priming this spot for you, you can slam this stake down, and you watch as it sinks into the dirt. Each of the runes begin to light this like swirling deep green, as each of them light kind of one by one where they touch the soil. And where they touch the soil, you watch the soil around it begins to grow like away from that like kind of like dead, dull look to like non-fertile soil to that like rich brown of fertile soil. And in the same way that we just saw with Cypress, you see like this stake takes purchase and then seems to like wait for your offering. In the realm of druidic magics and experiences, what do you give this stake to empower it?
I think he gives. I think they give so they're from a very tight knit community in Cabastanello that like worships Kitrix, but they are very self sufficient, including in farming and stuff. And I think there are a number of like druidic magic practitioners there, and they do a lot of their own farming, and the whole community like helps with it regardless of what it is. And so I think he gives this memory of just himself and the rest of the community like toiling the soil, following the leads of the people actually doing the druidic magic around the soil and the grains and the food and stuff, and just this like general sense of being caretakers for the land they're on.
Yeah, absolutely. As you comb through these memories of like your hands in soil and the feeling of like running your fingers across leaves as summer turns to the harvest season, and just like even like harvesting these plants, just all of these like beautiful days in nature and these moments where you felt like the whole galaxy fell away and it was just you and the natural world around you. This stake sinks into place, and all of you watch, those of you on the surface, as there is a vibrant flash of like neon green light that emanates almost like a sonic wave out. And you see in the same way, Sunder kind of like grips his chest and roars and like whirls to all of you. And from that same place, you watch as another kind of dark blue and green swirling spirit is freed. Mara, what would Alan say in this moment before they move to a place of peace in the next life?
Oh boy. I think Alan is just gonna kind of look at these people gathered at this stake and is just gonna very like shyly reach into like an inside vest pocket and drop a puzzle piece and then go up.
Yeah, absolutely. You all watch as a very tangible puzzle piece falls into the soil, and Alan disappears in that same kind of burst of starlight onto somewhere better that is not in the Sunder's realm, because it sucks in there. Incredible. You have successfully anchored your second stake. My cavern crew, you feel that same like shift, and I think even as you're walking up, you see that some of these like corrupted heart crystal caverns flash green and then go back to their corrupted stake, as half of the stakes are now in place. Incredible. That is Sutak's turn. It is now Echo's turn with Sumner on deck. Echo, it was literally and figuratively made from one thing, and that's hitting. So they're just gonna just charge Sunder and see what happens. They kind of pull out this like huge blade, and are gonna make a couple attacks about it. Oh, yes, Echo. Hell yeah. That's a 26 to hit. And you see as this like blade kind of sinks into the tender spot around too many ass names, Sunder's wrist, as he's sort of like flung it to the side in rage, kind of cuts into it, and you watch as like the metal of the chains around it begins to like not like implode fully because these are enchanted, but you watch as like Sunder's hand flexes and the chains kind of creak and bend as Echo above board essentially uses the weight of the universe to crush the place where their blade hits and does some damage for sure. That is, oh, beautiful. Like 20 points of damage. They're going to make one more regular strike here. Also hits. This is just a normal one. So this is 8. Beautiful. 22 plus a d4. 26 points of damage. You watch as Sunder, like, who was turned away from the group, howls, and it's like he doesn't know where to look as you all have essentially, like, encircled him in this moment, and Echo, like, raises their shield and bears down. That is Echo's turn. It is now Sumner's turn with Ellison on deck as we finish the round.
I think first Sumner is gonna reach down and just pick up this puzzle piece and be like, fuck. And then is going to, because Sutak sent the message being like, over by the statues, right? So
yes.
Then, Sumner is also going to use Slip Through Space, if possible, and is going to, a rift, like, opens up beneath him, and they just kind of, like, fall through, and you look over, and the other end of the rift kind of opens above this statue of circles, and Sumner just kind of falls through. There's no one over in that area, correct?
No. Your allies are, I would say, probably like 60-ish, 50-ish feet from you. Specifically, Saturn and Blight are the closest to you, but no one is in this circle of statues. And you feel like, as you look up, you also like note the faces of some of the people you care about, but like cast in shadow and occasionally like warped and twisted to look like scowls or disappointment, as the magic of these statues has also corrupted from the time being this close to Sunder. But even as you like step foot in the center, you feel like the pulsing, almost it's not quite like hallowed, but almost hallowed equivalent ground of the center of this circle.
Then this spell releases like a shockwave of energy when I land, and it also makes the area difficult terrain. So would you allow me to like sort of make a crater in this that I can just drop the seed in and then start planting, covering up?
Absolutely. I think that
yeah, that's my turn.
Yeah, you effectively plant this seed, and as you do, you almost feel like the way that like a heavy stone like slides across the top and then like the thump of it falling into place is almost like the resonance in a mini shockwave that goes across. And I think that those of you on the surface feel this as well, especially Saturn and Blight, as this seed goes to where it feels like it was always meant to go. Deep in where the council room is, and this is successfully planted. You need only water it on next time around. Anything else you would like to do on your turn?
I would just, as a little flavor, I think there are a lot of little spore droplets just falling off onto the ground, kind of around this, inking up the dirt. But other than that, there's nothing else I can do right now.
I love that. Incredible. It is now Ellison's turn with Saturn and Sunder on deck.
Okay, I think, first of all, I think when those two kind of like images of like Mitski and Alan appear, like each one that appears, I think Ellison, some of the shadow peels back and they become more and more human, and they kind of like drop a little bit lower and lower, like to the ground, as like their face, their expression becomes more human and more emotional. And then I think as we kind of like get to their turn, they refocus their efforts, and they're going to make another two kind of like shadow attacks in that same space on Sunder. So let me roll those first.
Hell yeah.
Hold on. 3 plus 8. So it's a 24 on the first one,
That hits.
And a 20 on the second.
20, I believe, also hits.
Okay.
Yes.
Hell yeah. So that's 28 points of damage on the first hit
Beautiful.
and 16 points of damage on the second.
Incredible.
So again, just kind of like thrust out both of their hands, and these two like waves of shadow strike him. And then I'm going to, with my hands still outstretched, start pulling on those like tendrils, and I want to use my vitality siphon ability.
Fuck yeah.
I need them to make a DC 17 reflex save.
I would love to do that for you. Ooh, I rolled pretty good. Shockingly good, actually. That is that's a 22.
Okay, well, he takes half damage, but I rolled really
Beautiful.
well on the damage, so he takes 86, yeah, he takes 15 points more damage,
Okay.
and then I'm going to take that damage and siphon it into Saturn and give her 15 hit points.
Hell yeah. Saturn, you heal 15 points. Incredible. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I don't think so, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Hell yeah. It is now Saturn's turn with Sunder on deck.
Okay. Can Saturn like look around in these brief moments between like Blight kind of beating her up and Ellison healing her for where like maybe the divine stake would go?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
It's at 18.
18, you note the same thing that Sutak does, which is the concentrated sort of divine energy around both of the places where Sunder's chains are staked into the ground. You think either one of them would be fine.
Okay.
And I would say you are probably like 30 to 40 feet from one of them and like 60 from the other.
Okay. I would like to cast Slip Through Space one more time.
Oh, yeah,
the last
absolutely.
time I can cast it.
You won't need another time, so that's okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure.
That wasn't a threat. That was me trying
okay.
to-
Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Then she is going to cast it one more time.
Mhm.
To fall through this hole in front of Blight.
Mhm.
After saying this was fun. And I
think they shout down at you, "Let's do it again sometime," as you like disappear and reappear.
For sure. She reappears, I think, 10 feet above where the stake should go and kind of like lands like with it to plant it into the ground. But it will also, so I'm right by Sunder. So I could
Yes. You are within 10 feet.
Slay. Can he make a reflex save for me?
Yeah, I
as
would love
well?
to do that. I think that's fun. Probably not. It's a 2. And he's not a dexterous man as a 50-foot tall shadow guy.
Okay.
Who's also chained to the ground.
Then let me roll for the damage. That's 25 bludgeoning damage
Beautiful.
to the god as she plants this stake right into where the chain is, I suppose.
Absolutely. As you force this chain into the like softened earth where the divine magic is seeping in, you watch as this like some of the runes light silver and other light that same shadowy black that you would know is associated with Zirian and Venetra. As they light up one by one, the deeper they sink into the ground. And in that same experience that the other stakes have had, it stops just a moment before fully settling in. What do you offer the divine stake to empower it?
I think Saturn will use this sort of as a release of sorts. I think she'll give up all the loss she's experienced and kind of share that with the stakes or whatever moment this is, and kind of like know every person she's lost and every battle she's lost, and
Yeah.
will give up all that pain and channel it into this.
Yeah, and as you sort of hammer this divine stake into the ground in this moment where you are so fueled by the magic of the god of death, you, with each hammer, another face of somebody that you've lost appears in your mind. As it finally sinks into the ground, I think what slips away from you most are, one, the memories of the Dead Zone crew, both of them, but I think specifically all of you watch as this pulse of silver kind of emanates from this stake. Two different figures emerge from this stake. The first, Saturn, you recognize as Lorelei, and Allison, you recognize as Lorelei as well, who just kind of looks around at all of you and gives kind of a nod and slips away. But the second lingers for just a moment, as Mars, your partner in another life, just kind of looks at you and smiles in such a like beaming, proud way, and just says, "I knew you could do it." And I think there's this moment where Mars just like reaches out and like almost feels like they're going to like touch your face and falls just short, and the hand drops, and he just says, "Be happy." Yeah?
I think she like nods, like is completely like blown away by this and can't even form a word.
He just smiles at you in a way that you know that he has smiled at you 100 times in a different life, and just says, "I'll see you soon." Yeah? And Mars slips off into Starlight as your second to last stake is officially in place. Saturn, that is your turn. Well done. It is now Sunder's turn with Una on deck. I think as like Sunder is reeling from this like power being pulled from him again and again and again, I think he stops and he just like looks around the entire battlefield, and he just goes, "You know what? I think it's time for all of you to live a little bit of my life," and reaches up a finger and snaps, and you watch from like the shadow that is pooling around him, it begins to roll out, and it covers this entire area in pitch black shadow. Every single person on the surface takes the blinded condition, and as you are all entrenched in the void of space, in the absence of anything, in the cold loneliness that not Saturn, God, why did I keep doing that? That Sunder has been existing in for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years. That's where we're going to take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a few minutes to resolve this and close out Divinians. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. And welcome back. As settles over the top of this area, we pick up on Una's turn.
Shit. Wait, can I see?
No. This is magical darkness. The only reason Saturn can is because Zirian is the god of shadows.
Okay. Okay, well, I wanted to use my wormhole ability. I know I
Tell me
can't
about
see
that.
right now, but I did see where that seed was. Not the seed, the mosaic area was. Can I kind of like... I was
I will
just
say-
looking at it, so...
Yeah, I will say yes. As like the shadows begin to like spread, I would say you can do it in like the fraction of a moment before it hits you, because all of these things are happening at the same time. You can do that.
Okay, so I'm gonna use my wormhole Zenith Revelation, what the hell the frick that is. Basically, Una's gonna watch Sumner disappear through this like rift in space and kind of go, no, wait for me! And then she's gonna start drawing what looks like as she kind of like draws a circle, she kind of like crisscrosses and like starts to form like a web, and instead of like it looks like at first kind of like this like silvery light, but actually is like spun spun silk, like a moth cocoon. And she like traces this like web in thin air, and this silk kind of like fizzles through and burns through the fabric of reality and creates this like wormhole in front of her, and she just dives into it and pops out a second wormhole right where Sumner landed, and kind of like lands on her butt. Still can't quite see. Is this light that I'm holding, is this permeating through this magical darkness at all?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of like hold it up right up to my face, and then kind of like hold it up to her so I can see Sumner and go, I am here with the light.
Oh, you scare me. You still look like Blatt. Okay, Queen,
Oh shit!
put it on.
She drops the disguise. What do I do with this? I water the seed?
Yeah, I guess. But we got a lot, so let's start uncorking and just go for it.
Okay, I start watering the soil.
Yeah, absolutely. The both of you are like ripping corks out and dumping vial after vial onto the seed, and you watch as this like silvery, almost like purple light begins to like permeate the ground, where once there were tiles and they like refract, that's a word, in the light. You watch as it like seeps into the ground, and you can feel something begin to grow. We are going to move on in initiative, but we're going to come back to you guys in just a second, because the last stake is also about to be placed, so we're going to circle back. And as you guys are doing this, we're going to move on to Cypress, Cass, and Leo's turn, as you all, in the time in the last round that has elapsed, made your way up into this like the larger cavern where the heart once stood. And kind of like holding this last stake, Cass, I think, looks to the both of you, but mostly looks to you, Cypress. It just takes a breath and goes, okay, we ready for this?
Yeah, go ahead. After you.
All right. And just, I think, takes like a fraction of a second to like take in this area that you're in. And then we'll walk up to a place where like the crystals seem to be stronger in this like corrupted, blackened crystal. And I think you see Cass like squints at it and reaches out with her bare hand and like rests a hand on it. And I think there's a moment, Cypress, where like there, and I think you see Leo also like takes a step forward as this like spark of fear of like, I wouldn't touch that, kind of fills you. But when Cass's hand meets the crystal, you watch as this silver magic of concentrated life, as Venedra's magic, spills into the crystal, and the places where it hits began to refract in the colors of typical heart crystal, as Cass manages to heal just a small section of this corrupted crystal. They kind of like pull back, and you see this almost like target, and she holds the stake up and goes, okay, hit it, to you, because you have the sledgehammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because you have already done this, I'm not going to ask you to make a check. You are like, especially because you did it so well the first time, like you are familiar with the weight you need to hit these stakes and what it takes to drive it in. And just like hit after hit after hit, you watch as this gold light fills each of the rooms until it is finally like sunk in enough, waiting for an offering. And I think you see Cass like takes a breath in this ancestral stake, and I think just like reaches out and like weaves her fingers with yours, Cypress, and reaches out and like takes Leo's hand and just like breathes in air. And I think you all watch as this last stake sinks into place, as Cass replays all of these memories of the found family and the community and the home and the love that she's found here, and the memories that were programmed into her of the love for Echo and Gaius and Leo, who even if they weren't real, they're real in the ways that matter, as Cass channels just this love for her community, which is all of you and her siblings and her friends as well. And the last stake sinks into place, and that same like thundering gold light fills this cavern, and you watch as all of the corrupted heart crystal in here clears and becomes normal heart crystal again and gleams in those shades of like blue and green and now gold too. And as this is happening, and as all of you on the surface feel this as well, I think somehow through the darkness, all of you watch as it's not one spirit that slips from Sunder this time, but 5, 10, 20, 50, as all of these souls that Sunder has absorbed over hundreds and hundreds of years are free to move on and to move into their next lives or whatever awaits them next. And Sunder like roars in a way that shakes the ground that you're all in. But as you guys are like dumping more and more and more of this home light onto the seed, you kind of like you are still able to save a vial if you would like to, Una. But as you sort of like empty the last drop of one of the bottles and it falls into place, you feel like a shifting beneath the ground. And from it, these like multicolor vibrant roots begin to sprout forth and fill the area, not entangling you, but just covering this entire area in light. And all of you watch as in an instant this darkness is dispelled as every single one of the stakes lights up in this vibrant shockwave, creating this like huge dome-like area that surrounds all of you, this entire planet. I think those of you especially who are in like the caverns are in this moment, I think, truly almost like a little bit blinded for a second because you are surrounded by so much crystal and it's all gleaming and glowing so vibrant and so bright. And as this last piece falls into place and these souls break forth and this darkness just vanishes in an instant, I think all of you feel for a moment this like gust of cold air rush around you. Not the cold of the dead zone, but cold like morning, where stars and moonlight are only just beginning to give way to the vibrant oranges and pinks of a new day. And you watch as the starless expanse of the dead zone is painted in multicolor vibrant life for the first time in more than 400 years. And above you, I think, or in front of you, or some of you above you, you hear as the last of the chains rip free in a scream of twisting metal. But he realizes just a second after all of you do, it doesn't matter. Because as each, like, a line begins to form between each stake, some of which going down deep into the earth, each of these stakes has now bonded together to banish the shadows, to crackle in the air, and to keep Sunder exactly where he fucking is. And you watch too as these like roots that have burst free begin to like encircle up Sunder's form in the place where his wrists were, up his abdomen, and grab hold of him, both binding him from reaching out from into the material plane, and frankly from even trying, from moving too much. And I think as these like vines begin to work up his arm, he stretches a hand out to try to like reach towards some of you, and where it meets the line between like the stakes, it like stops, and you watch as the shadow begins to peel back as trying to extend past it almost physically undoes Sunder's very essence with the force of this divine energy. And I think it is here in this moment when each of you finally realizes that somehow, against all the odds, you've done it. Sunder is rebound anew. And I think you see Blight in this moment, in this surge of magical energy as well, this undead figure kind of like roars, and as the shockwave hits, I think you watch as those like silver threads that weave between her horns. It's almost as if someone reaches out and plucks it, and she comes undone in one and vanishes in that same blink of starlight that everyone else did, as her being undead will be tolerated no longer by the gods, and they are sent to their next life too. And all of you are like encased in this and sort of safely cushioned in it. What are your next steps? If you'd like, we can also move a little bit forward in time to sort of coming back together afterwards, unless there's anything anyone would like to do in this immediate aftermath moment.
No, I think throughout it, I think Cypress was like watching Cass like heal the crystal and whatnot. I think they're just misty-eyed throughout. And while everything was kind of going, he was like kissing the back of their hand and just like misty-eyed looking around until they're like blinded. And once they can feel that feeling of like Sunder being gone, I think he just looks back at the two of them and like gives Cass his hand like a light squeeze and starts like booking it, hoping that they're also following to meet everybody else up on that upper level.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you'd like, you guys can also kind of like make your way more towards one of the paths that will take you a little bit outside. Now that the storm is also dispelled, there is a much better view into the rest of the dead zone and vice versa. So if you like, as you're traveling the caverns and you realize that outside space is clearer, you can sort of see everyone on the top in this like bubble of vibrant light. My friends on the surface, what are you doing?
I think Una turns around to Sumner and is like, "We did it! High five!"
We did it!
Yeah!
Oh my gosh. Okay, are you okay? Are you hurt at all?
Right. She like kneels down and gives like one of the roots like a little kiss. It goes, good tree, good job.
You feel a little like burst of warmth kind of meet back as these very sentient roots kind of like, if they could kiss back, they would.
Oh, I like this one. Like rubs a cheek on it.
We should meet the others, make sure that everyone's all good, and oof. I don't know, do something. I can't think that far ahead.
Yeah, I have to go find my brother.
Yeah. Let's go.
You look up and he's running towards you.
Yeah. And I think all of you can see now approaching in the distance. You see the Argy Bargy approaching as well, as Joey and Satine undoubtedly saw this huge burst of light and went, well, that's something, okay! And headed in that direction. Sutak and Saturn, what are you doing?
I don't think Sutak is just running towards the others.
Yeah.
I'm just very excited that all of us are like, or at least the ones that you can see right now are safe and alive and look fine.
Yeah.
And I think it's very much just like, when all of us are together, it's just, I said we'd see each other again.
That's what you do when we survive. Can we just group hug it real quick? Can y'all just come here for a second? And he just starts like, he grabs Sutak like by the back of his neck and like pulls him close. Yeah.
Una just flies the rest of the way, and in the exact mirroring of like when she first collided with you in that first moment in the boardroom of where the Divinians first met, she just like flies and like tackles him.
Yeah.
Good. Sumner will kind of hold on to Saturn's hand a little bit longer and just give it like a, you did it. You really did it this time kind of squeeze.
Aww. She'll squeeze it back. Is Ellison still there?
Mm-hmm. I think Ellison is still like floating at Sunder's eyeline, and I think finally all of the shadows kind of like that are coalescing around him withdraw, and they kind of like still stay shrouded around him, but a lot of them form, and they form the hat that they used to wear on top of his head, and silently they just kind of like tip their hat at Sunder and float down to the ground and like walk back to the rest of you.
Yeah.
Third time's a charm. I think Saturn reaches into her UGG and pulls out a flask. She's like, I really didn't think we were gonna make it.
Oh.
If I can be honest. But I am really glad that we did.
Given the track record of, it makes sense why you would come to that conclusion.
I did think I was gonna see you all dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I told you I wasn't going to die, and I was right, so.
Gotta take you on every mission now, Una, because you're the one before you already know. Yeah.
I get to go on more missions?
I'm not doing any more missions. I'm retired.
Oh.
So, but surely there are more.
All right.
Like, Cypress kind of turns to look over like where like Ellison is, and then looks up and sees Sunder's just standing there. Yeah, like is he like
Thunder
hooked
is
down,
like encased in both vines and this bubble, and I think like all of you can hear very, very muffled the sound of like roaring as he like tries to escape these new bonds. But because you are like not necessarily within the containment area, you can't really hear him unless you like focus on him. So he's like having a little like a cute fallen god temper tantrum moment. But he is still there.
Just raises up a middle finger and goes, "Fuck you! From my family!" it's like
Obsessed with that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Saturn. Oh,
sorry, no.
all right.
No, go ahead.
I think Saturn kind of walks over to where the vines are with her flask and kind of like pours some out. There you go, buddy. I know.
Obsessed with that. I think Cass will, after kind of like hugging both Echo and Leo, will turn to all of you and go, is anybody hurt? Does anyone need healing or anything?
I got a tiny little cut right on my arm, but that's it.
Yeah,
I think
just
Cass
so
will
bruised.
walk over to the two of you and like kind of very gently like place a hand on each of you. And both of you feel like the softest little thrum of magic as she channels Venedra in this moment to heal your wounds. And I think both of you feel like, obviously, like mechanically, neither of you have any conditions, but like you would feel that like all conditions would be clear, all diseases, all damage, etc. with the force in this. But it feels like a big warm hug.
In this moment, I think after getting healed, Sumner's gonna be like, "Oh shit, right," and like in his brain be like, "Clara, how are y'all doing over there?"
It almost like if a god's voice in your head, because you're a divine champion, could sound like having to like tune radio frequencies first. It comes through in that kind of staticky way. They go, "Hi, you did a great job. We're good here. A little hard because of the dead zone to push through, but we're good. You guys were so good. You did I'm so proud. That's my Divinian. I'm so sorry. We're fine. Thank you for asking."
Good.
But I'm really proud of you. You did a great job.
Thank you. All right. What do we do next, team? We
get. I think Cypress is like done taking a picture of Sunder behind this thing.
Wait, Cypress, take a pic with me and him.
Oh, hey, hold up. Boom, got it. One more pose. Boom.
Una.
All right. Una, hey. Boom. Wait,
yeah,
together.
we could get like a group self. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Fucking incredible.
Sorry. Yeah, what we're gonna do, get the hell up out of here, is what we're gonna do. And he like kind of turns and sees Ellison. Hey, what are you gonna do? What's your plan?
I think they like stare at you with these like black hole eyes very evenly for a minute, and then they kind of like gaze kind of like scans over to Saturn, and they just kind of, "Can I talk to you for a minute?"
Yeah. She'll walk over.
I like reach out and hold your hand.
Oh, she'll take it with both of her
Walks up
hands.
with you.
I think Maggie, who has been sort of like keeping close to Una this whole time, kind of like goes to take a step after you guys and then like stops and sits and does a little like as if to say, "Can I come?"
You can come too.
Stands up and bounds after the two of you.
Hi.
Hi.
I do want to talk to you, but can I talk to your god first?
Are you sure you want to do that? Yeah, let me get him. Just 1 second. Don't look at me like that. You're talking to Andromeda in your head, so I don't even want to hear any of it.
You guys are all doing such good bits. I want to give GM inspiration, but I know that this is like the end of the campaign, and there's nothing you can do with them. But they are
You
such
could
good
just
bits.
give us cash money.
Oh yeah, I'll
Yeah,
just
give me
Venmo everyone
cold
$20.
hard
$20, please.
Yeah, I'm on it for sure. I think Saturn, you feel like Zirian almost like sheepishly kind of stepped through the door and just, I think before like letting Ellison talk to them, we'll just kind of, are you okay?
Yeah.
You did well. Not that I'm surprised, because you always
Thank
do.
you.
But, yeah.
I think I did better this time.
You never did bad, but
Yeah.
you did very well today.
Yep. I can't believe I didn't die. That's like a first for
I told
me.
you I wasn't gonna let you, but you didn't even need me. You didn't even get close.
I really didn't. We kind of
Right.
crushed it. I was not
Yeah.
expecting that.
You did.
But Ellison does want to talk to you.
Yeah, I wanted to check in on you first. I also feel like this is gonna be like really awkward, but it's cool. It's fine.
It's not awkward.
Just put
Ellison
me
has
through.
someone in their head too, so it's like
Yeah,
they're just
but
doing the
that's
same thing.
for sure. Okay. Yeah, y'all.
How's your
Sorry.
wife doing?
I think like pauses mid sentence, not because it's an unwelcome question, but just because of like the way that you said it. Just Venedra is very well and recovering nicely.
Awesome.
Thank
Love
you
to hear
again
it.
for your help on that
Mhm.
matter.
Mm-hmm. Anytime. Just kidding. This was the last time. Zarian, this was the last time.
Yeah. Noted. Thank you.
Yeah.
So may I kind of like if I could motion towards like taking control of your body? That's
Yeah,
sort of the
go
end.
for it. Don't hurt them, please.
What? Saturn, I'm not going to. Okay.
I know, it's just I really protect. I don't want anything bad else to happen.
Okay.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, I'm-
Yeah,
Okay.
do your thing.
And I think Ellison, you watch as like Saturn's features change and like the hollows of her cheeks become a little bit like more like gaunt and cast in shadow. You see the moment that it switches, and Zarian I think just doesn't say anything and just looks at you like waiting for you to say what you need to say.
I think I kind of squint and the head kind of like tilts, like something like examining prey.
Mhm.
And then
I
it
think you
just
see-
like
Saturn almost looks a little bit uncomfortable in the scrutiny for just a second, but then like
it's not like menacing, it's more just like
Mhm.
interest.
100%.
And then like in almost identical cadence just goes, "How's your wife doing?"
You watch as like one of the brows like twitches a little bit at the mirror of those two conversations and just they're very well, Mr. Graves. Thank you for asking. Better now.
Can pass on my thanks for whatever she did and give me some of myself back.
And I think you see like here the expression, not that it was like ungenuine is that a word, whatever. Not that it was like not genuine beforehand, but you see like the expression becomes a little bit more like genuine. I will absolutely do so. And I think there's a moment of hesitation and just, I'm assuming if you wanted to speak to me and not to her, you're looking at moving on in a different way?
Yeah.
All right. I can do that. Are you ready now?
I gotta say goodbye to my...
Sure.
Yeah.
Will you let me know when you're ready and I will open the doorway for you. Everyone is very excited to see you again, for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You can
Take
go
your time.
now.
Oh, right. Well, let me know when to come back because I do have to do that. Okay. and you watch as Zirian, Saturn, you were present for this conversation. Like Zirian did not lock you out of it, but you feel like the sort of the way that like when you're like one of your limbs falls asleep, and the way that like it feels when the warmth returns and like the blood returns. You kind of feel that in your body as Zirian stays present to watch and like be here when Ellison needs him, but like cedes control back to you.
I think when you come back, Ellison's looking a little bit apologetic.
What was that?
I gotta go.
No, you don't have to go. You can come with me. And we can go. But we, the collective, me and you and Andromeda in your head.
I don't want to, though. All the people I love are gone. I want to go be with them.
Well, most of the people I love are gone too, but then I made new ones, and you can make new ones too. You're very lovable. Look at you. It's pouring out of you.
He kind of looks down at themselves with this shadow pouring out of them, and goes, "I think I'm done with this form."
100% done, or more like 90% done. I'm sure. I mean, the gods could probably find a way to send you back and be a little bit more, not so gassy.
I think you are someone who's lived many different lives, Saturn, and you're very good at it. And you're very good at finding new people to love and who love you. And I think I've been stuck in the past a long time.
Yeah. Well, I haven't really had a chance to ruminate, so.
No, neither have I. I don't remember the last year. This happened 2 weeks ago for me. I'm kind of done, so I think this is good. I'm happy to go.
Okay. Don't want to rob you of your happiness, but I will miss you.
Yeah.
And if you ever want to come back, I don't know how feasible that is, but I'm planning on throwing. Not anymore. This was it. I'm telling you, I told that guy. No more.
Good for you.
Thank you. Okay. Fine. You can
I'm
go.
taking the dog with me, by the way.
Fuck! Ellison!
No.
Really?
She's my dog.
And she looks very happy to be alive and whatever.
She's not
This-
alive.
Yeah, well. Fine. You and your dog. Just wait for me, okay? Because I'm not done. And I want to hang out with you guys too, so.
Take your time. But I can't wait to see you again.
No. I'm not gonna cry. We just won. We just had a huge win. And this is a win for you. Not me, but I'm trying to be less self-centered in that way, so.
Saturn, you feel a cold nose push into the palm of your hand as Maggie tries to comfort you.
I think she leans down and kind of scratches Maggie, and she's like, "You want to stay here?" Mm-hmm.
And you see Maggie blinks at you and just goes, and looks up at Ellison with really big eyes, and then looks back at you with really big eyes, and then looks back at Ellison.
Don't guilt trip my dog,
I'm
Saturn.
not guilt tripping your dog. I'm just offering a suggestion. This is a very emotional moment. Strenuous. You have that guy over there who just killed almost everybody I love, and so forgive me for trying to bargain with your ghost dog.
Okay. Takes a
You do a
respectful
really
step
big
back.
well, can I get like a hug or something before you go? I don't know how these things tend to work or if it'll be haunting to look at. Or...
He's still holding your hand, by the way, and I think in this like very old-fashioned Ellison way will like stoop down and kiss the back of your hand.
Listen, I think you hear, give her a hug. From me, if you don't want to be all touchy-feely.
All right, Andromeda wants to give you a hug.
Oh, does she? Okay.
Yeah.
She
What are
will
you gonna do?
wrap her arms around Ellison and just squeeze them so tight. She's not letting go until Ellison like pulls back.
I think Ellison will hold on to her and then kind of like in his head kind of give the word.
Yeah. Saturn, I think you feel Zirian ask for permission in this moment. Like a half step through the doorway, but also an understanding of what this means for you.
I think she like is very reluctant for a solid 10 seconds before letting Zirian come through.
I think Zirian does not take control of all of you. Like you can still feel the hug in this moment, but I think you feel one of your hands kind of like pull from Ellison's back and like reach up and just kind of twist, and all of you can see as this like beam of or this like little dart, I guess, of pure black energy of magic kind of like zips through the air and like almost falls like a drop of water into the sort of empty space just past the outcropping of this rocky edge. And Ellison, you watch as what looks like a single stair step forms. And Saturn, you feel your hand return to you.
I'm not letting go. You have to do it.
I'll let go.
Mm-hmm.
Cool tattoos, by the way.
Thanks. Be safe.
You too. I think we'll kind of like turn to the rest of the group and like tip that hat.
Yeah.
And then just kind of with Maggie and we'll take that first step.
Maggie, I think, pauses to like run a little bit of a circle around you, Saturn, and will just like, as Ellison takes that first step, will just kind of like sit in front of you and give you a look of like, I think like sentience far more than like the average dog would have, and like an understanding of this moment, and just like doesn't like jump up on you, doesn't do anything, but just like gives you a look of understanding and almost apology. And then like hears Ellison kind of take that first step and barks and turns and runs to his side. And all of you watch as Ellison takes a step and another step forms above, and each step that you take takes you a little bit further up and further up until finally forming from the very fabric of the void of the dead zone is what looks like a doorway that forms. And as you reach that last step, the door opens, and there, for the rest of you, it looks like just more void and starlight beyond. But Ellison, you feel the warmth emanating from it as all these people who you've just seen be freed, as if they're standing on the other side going, come on, come on, come on, come on, I want to hug you, I miss you. Do you step through the door?
Yeah.
All of you watch as the shadows engulf Ellison and Maggie. And as that transition happens, I think there is a moment for just a second where you watch as like Ellison's silhouette becomes a second silhouette as Andromeda walks through beside. The door shuts behind and the shadows evaporate, and all of you are here in the dead zone in the light of your victory. And I think, if it's okay with everyone, we're going to do a little jump in time, unless there's anything anyone really wants to do here before we do so.
I just want to say to the three of y'all, what the fuck?
Yeah!
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's normal here.
Yeah. Wow.
I've never had an emotional moment in the finale of a Hearth game, so I don't really know what you're talking about.
That got a little bite to it.
Sorry about that. Sorry, my bad. And if it's okay with everyone, we pick up 6 months later. Saturn, would you tell us where you are holding this dinner party and what that looks like? And then I will ask you a little bit about what the last 6 months have looked like for you. But first and foremost, set the scene. Where are we? Where is this dinner party
Okay.
happening?
This is on the fly, y'all. Saturn, I think, has a nice. I think Saturn moves around a lot. I think she visits a lot with Cypress and Una. I think she went to took a tour of Sumner's academic research place. Has gone to hang out with Sutak before, but I think she spends a lot of time in Titty Moon, where she does tattoos for people. And I think she has this cute little this little home. I think it's small, one story. But it's furnished with so many little trinkets and so much little things that are all organized around her house, and there's always some decoration up. I think Saturn's the type of person who keeps their Christmas tree up year round and then just decorates it for different holidays. And yeah, for all the memories she got back and stuff she doesn't feel like she experienced, I think she just really savors those moments, and there's proof of that around where she lives. It's a home filled with lots of love and pictures and things of that sort.
Yeah, absolutely. As you are in here getting ready for your dinner party, in your kitchen that is full of all of these signs of the new lease on life that you have and the memories that you've made and kept this time, thank God. I think as you're kind of making dinner, you hear sounds of life in the other room as we find the rest of our party. Does everyone want to tell me, one, what you think you're doing at this dinner party as things are getting ready, and two, what the last 6 months have looked like for you?
Okay.
Thank you, BJ.
Yeah, I was like, I think Sutak is making sure. First off, I think Sutak brought a shit ton of cakes, for everybody to try.
Okay.
And I think he's okay, you gotta try the strawberry one, but with this ice cream, and you gotta try this just different cakes. These are really good. I spent a lot of time practicing on them. I been doing a lot more cooking than other stuff lately, but yeah, tell me, how you like it, especially to Cass and the family. And I'm making an assumption that at this point Gaius has a body, so especially
maybe not a body, but some more permanent structure. I don't think guys would know what to do with
R2D2.
Yeah.
Can Gaius?
Yeah.
Can Gaius
He's just
eat?
rolling around going beep beep beep. Yeah, 100%. No, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think that probably Cass and I would imagine Cypress have worked together to give Gaius some sort of autonomy and rolling around. I think it is sort of I think this is cute, a BB-8 R2D2 Star Wars droid kind of thing, where not a humanoid, because this guy wouldn't know what to do with a humanoid body if he had to have one, and frankly, I relate. But enough that they can roam around. And things like that. And I imagine Gaius is rolling around, and the cats that undoubtedly Cass has brought to this party, because what are they going to do with it? Leave him at home? Are happily chasing behind Gaius the robot.
Then is describing what he's eating to Gaius instead.
Love that.
But yeah, just really sharing in the warmth and joy of feeding their friends. And as far as the 6 months go, when he's not hanging out with his newfound family, he spent the time writing a new play called The Darkness in Our Stars. It's about a ragtag group comprised of Dumner, a reserved academic, Ash, a burly mechanic, Venus, a warrior woman out of time, Tusak, a reserved starlet, Jas, a shy steward and lover of cats, and Anna, a rambunctious moonchild given a divine task to rechain Sunder in the heart of the dead zone. Sutak, of course, lands the role of Ash. After he finished the play, he tossed it into this trust that actors have if they want to write stuff, but they also want the chance to actually be starred in it. And The Darkness in Our Stars is met with rave reviews. The Rolling Stars review calls it a truly amazing story about found family, love, and prevailing over the forces of darkness. Zyle from Little White Lies says, heartfelt and also a true piece of comedy. She's getting a hammer, had me in stitches. Venus and her actress were the standouts to me. The casual attraction to the evil people was refreshing, from Koch from Total Radios. And finally, the Jas reveal. I knew there was something coming, but felt sufficiently surprised and rewarded by what it turned out to be. That is a hard line to follow from Thestia from Stargoria. There was a little rumors going around during the premiere when Sutak brought like 8 other people with them. He usually doesn't have as many people. They're like, Sutak was very quiet about his relation to them, but some paparazzi probably saw them together afterwards. And all 8 of his companions, or 7, depending on how Gaius wants it handled, receive funds from all of the iterations of The Darkness in Our Stars, as Sutak filed them as co-writers when they tossed it into the trust.
I love that, VJ. I also just love the imagery as you're like describing what these cakes taste like to Gaius, and Gaius, who is like leading a little trail of kittens through Saturn's living room. I imagine you're describing goes, interesting. And what does chocolate taste like? And just like every ingredient you go and go, interesting. And what does that taste like? And just like kind of keeps following down the line as a robot who has never experienced food. I imagine maybe after this, Cass and Cypress will work on a little food intake processor as a trait. But incredible. Thank you so much, VJ. What about everybody else?
I think that Cypress is helping set up things, and if there's like streamers or whatever that Saturn needs put up, but is definitely taking lots of breaks, as I'm sure the music is good to his measure, because he definitely brought the music, and is taking dance breaks with like Una and Cass and being really silly, and like has their arms like over Cass and like taking pictures over their shoulder with with everybody, the 2 of them. Yeah, so he's just being a goof as per usual at the party with everybody.
I think Una has her arms wrapped around your neck and is like half like head locking you, half strangling you, and is like whispering. You know when like kids whisper in your ear and it's like really hot. And like wet. Like,
Yeah.
oh, when is the proposal coming?
Holy shit! What are you? Whoa, Una.
What?
What are you doing? What are you talking about?
It's
Come
been
on,
so
come on.
long.
So long, Una. It's been 6 months.
Yeah, I
It's been
know, but
6
you've been
months.
divorced for so long. Don't you want to not be divorced anymore? You want to get married again?
These are,
We can have a
oh,
wedding.
hey, whoa. Listen.
Can I
okay,
be a maid? Can I be the maid?
Una. Cass and I, we just got together, all right, by crazy means. They want to enjoy life and adventure. We're gonna take our time. Don't rush this. Let's.
Yeah, put the bangle on it, bro. Come on.
Holy shit. You sound just like Dad. Listen. We're gonna take our time. I appreciate you know what? How about this? You'll be on the planning committee. Huh?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you know how to throw a party. All right.
Yes,
You
I
and
do.
Lily know how to get up to some shit. So definitely you'll be on the planning committee.
Okay.
But it's gonna be in a little bit. Because I gotta talk to Cass about that first before I talk to you about that, okay?
Why? You talk to me about it first.
Cass and I are together.
Yes.
So I will be talking to them first. That's how that goes. Like before I told you about the divorce, which we don't need to keep bringing that up anymore. Like I did talk to them about that. Get it? Because we're in a relationship. Does that make sense?
No.
Got it. Cool. That's fine. That's
Okay.
cool. That's cool.
Glad we have an understanding.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I think the last 6 months has been, well, immediately they would go home, check on their father, and see how they have been. I think he's hired like 2 more people to help Satine and Joey to continue work and like making money so that they can continue like their funds, but it also alleviates him a little bit from having to be on the ship so much, and he spends the rest of like that month or 2 at home, making sure like the family's recovery from all that hell that Sunder has been putting their family through, um, is done with him there. I think he does definitely try to help Una and Lily try to work through some type of conversation, and then realizing, you know what, maybe I'm not the guy for that. Tagging older sisters to come help with that. Um, and I think he spends, if Cass is always, I mean, he invites Cass over. I don't know if Cass comes with them, but invites them to like meet the family and whatnot. I mean, everyone, whoever is wanting to come back and meet the family, it's always like open door policy. Come on in. And one second. And yeah, so I lost my train of thought. Sorry, my aunt was like, "Hey, you want some food?"
Open door policy.
Open door policy. Yeah, and I think he definitely plans and manages a lot better now, like the time that he spends at home. I think he opens up to his family a lot too about like the shit and the struggles that he's been dealing with like his multiple encounters with death, that they had no idea about. And yeah, learns how to like process stuff and not be so pent up. Yeah.
Yeah. Where has Una been in the last 6 months?
Yeah, I think very similarly, went home, managed the kind of like healing and like recovery process there, dealt with the probable like helicopter parents for the next several months of like, oh my God, don't leave my sight. I think spent a little while trying to make it up to Lily for leaving her sister, but as soon as like, she had a lot of fun stories to tell and was pretty quickly forgiven on the one condition that she got invited out on the next adventure. So I'm pretty sure Lily was Una's +1 to that big old premiere that happened, and they probably caused a fair amount of tabloid-worthy mischief whilst there. And yeah, I think has been spending the last 6 months very much like stuck close to home, but in another similar way, like really spreading her wings. I think having tapped into that like magical divine connection to Estrus has like really been growing in like her magical capabilities, and has been kind of putting that back into like her community and like yeah, does a lot of stuff. I think was really interested in like the different kinds of magic that she saw, and I think is trying to plan like another trip to go back to like home planet of Estrus and like manage that 2 homes in one place kind of situation a bit more fluidly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cass does go with Cypress. I think there is a brief pause in like before they come to join, where she like takes some time to help Leo and Echo like build a home for themselves, and I think they end up temporarily, not forever, settling in the stellar system where they were programmed to know home, and I think stayed just long enough to like get them a house and get them set up and just enjoy a little bit of domestic life before setting off to meet Cypress's family. And I think it probably went really well. I think if I know anything about my good friends the Starfarers, they just love an awkward guy, and I think well, Cass probably did not process very early on that she fit in well. I think they found it eventually, and have been very happy together. I also imagine they didn't go back and get all 14 cats, but I think a handful of them did come with at least Mr. Peaches and the Tuna Twins.
As many as they could find.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Just for fun. That's a 4. So you have 4 cats now. And I think Cass is doing great. I think Cass looks like so alive and happy and is like practically glowing with this shot at a life that like they never dreamed of. I think at this exact moment, Cass is kind of in the corner with Sumner. And you see Cass is wearing like a very casual outfit, but has like their armor underneath specifically for the like extra dimensional pocket, and is leaning in and is like, okay, like I brought Saturn something because like it's nice to bring people a gift when they have a dinner party, or at least I heard that.
No, that's true. Yeah.
But the gift is looks around LinkedIn. it's a puppy, and I don't know what the proper time in a dinner party to do that is, and I also don't really know how dogs work. Should I go do it now? Is that rude? Because she's in the kitchen and like preparing food and stuff.
I think the sooner the better, because
Okay.
I think what we don't want is for the puppy to like bark and then Saturn to be like, what's going on? Or like to
that's
be in the house, So I
Sure.
think we get ahead of that by presenting the puppy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that good. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you, Sumner. Thank you. I'm gonna go.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Kind of like pulls a little stack of flashcards out of his pocket and like hands one with a bunch of like, you have such a lovely home. I have brought you a gift, kind of like cue cards and just in case you need it. I'm sure you're gonna do great though, but just in case.
Thank you for this. I wish I'd had these when I first met them, but I think they're a very affectionate, loving family, and sometimes I run out of things to say, so this is gonna really come in handy. Just like looks at you with so much like, oh thank God, and will like fold it up and tuck it in a pocket and head into the kitchen. Hey Sumner, what you been doing the last 6 months?
Oh, I think Sumner has returned to a life of academia, not that he ever left. But I think, he's continuing to study portals and magic and other dimensions, but he has started a passion project, trying to tell the story of the first 2 Dead Zone expeditions. So I think there are a lot of long calls with Saturn, kind of asking for details and a lot of research into who these people were that went on these journeys and trying to understand what happened so that their stories aren't forgotten. And so I think a lot of the time when he's not in his lab, he's working on this book about these expeditions. I think he's also started to see someone. I think he's started to see a stinkhorn mushroom, which I will send a picture of, named Lucht. It's very early days, but has also not stopped talking about Lucht to anyone who would ask. And is just kind of like in a good place, a little bit more confident, but is wearing much. I think Lucht has kind of helped, so the sweater vests aren't quite so offensively patterned and like without such, clashing colors. He's kind of pulled his look together a little bit. And yeah, I think that's Sumner.
I love that. Yeah, thank you everybody. I think in this moment, kind of bringing it back full circle to where we started here, I think we will stick with Cass for just a moment, kind of walking into the kitchen where I imagine Joey is helping you and is singing like really loudly, but it's like not quite the melody of the song that's playing, but like he doesn't know that and he's having such a good time. I feel like it's one of those things where you almost like don't want to tell him because he's having such a good time, but it's pretty atrociously bad. And I think Cass will like walk in very clearly, like clock this, and then just hey Saturn, are you busy? I don't want to interrupt if you're busy.
No, I'm not busy actually. I'm just listening to Joey here, killing it on the karaoke. So.
Joey he's like stirring a pot of something, and he turns and goes, "Hey, you know it, Saturn, you get me. You understand? I don't know. You understand me in a way. I maybe I think we should like take this show on the. Sorry, you're busy. I'll talk about how I think we should take the show on the road later. You go.
Oh yeah, Shakespeare in the Park type thing. Yeah.
Sure. I was thinking more like we could do like a band or something, but
a band.
Yeah.
I've never been in a band.
We can start a band.
We need someone to sing though. So.
What are you talking about?
Cass, what did you want to talk to me about?
I think as you guys step away, goes, "Hey, what are you talking about?" And in a very like playful way, and Cass will kind of pull you into the corner and just, I have something for you, and I'm not sure if this is the right time. And also, if you don't want it, that's okay. I'll totally I can handle it because it's kind of like a big thing that I'm giving you. And I didn't ask first, but like that's how gifts. I'm gonna stop talking. I got you something because I figured. Now that you're not doing the ward thing, the Zerian ward thing anymore, I know that like you had your friend Jenga, and now that you're not doing that, I figured maybe you might not see Jenga anymore or as often, ? I also know that you really liked Maggie, and so I thought that maybe you could just use a little bit of company. and reaches into this little extra dimensional space where Mr. Peach is grumpily lying, and instead pulls out just a wiggling, teeny tiny bundle of energy in a puppy that has not grown into its ears yet, has these like big spots and really big eyes, and is making that like noise that little puppies do where they're just sort of like squeaking in a really odd way. And Kaz like holds it almost like Simba in The Lion King because she doesn't know how to hold dogs. She's a cat person. And it's got like a little like ribbon tied around its neck as well. And it has like a big tag on it that says like to Saturn, love Cass. And I imagine maybe in parentheses in a different writing underneath it says like and Cypress and Una in like a continued like and just surprise. Do you hate covers his ears? Do you hate it?
No.
Is this bad cry? Is good cry?
Is this
Yeah.
really for me?
Yeah.
You let me a fucking puppy.
Yeah. And just like holds him out to you very hesitantly.
She takes it in her hands and then kind of like holds the puppy to her and then like wraps Cass up.
Oh, you immediately feel like teeny tiny sharp puppy teeth begin gnawing on your thumb, and like the thumping of a little tail. And Cass just immediately hugs you and goes, "Oh, I'm really glad. I just figured maybe you would want some company." And I mean, this one's a fierce, ferocious little creature.
I know, it looks so dangerous. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
be careful with those teeth, really.
Oh my god, Cass. This is the best gift anyone's ever gotten me.
Really?
Ever. In the whole
And you have
whole
your memories
time.
now, so that actually like really extra means
Yeah.
something.
Like a lot of them. Yeah, this is definitely taking the cake. Like I don't even think when I got proposed to I was this happy. So this
Wow. I don't have time to unpack that, but I'm really glad. Also, Cypress and Una did help me pick which puppy. That's why they kind of got out.
Where'd you get him from? Oh my god.
So there's like Drift and there's all the cats running around. I just kinda
Right.
scooped and then I gave it a bath.
Wait, you sounded underwater. Rewind.
I said, the city of Drift where there's like all the stray cats. I sort of found this little guy and I scooped him up and then I gave him a bath, which I don't have to do with cats normally.
Is it
and
part
so,
cat?
No, I don't think. I don't think so.
Oh my god, Cass.
You really like him?
I really do.
Good. And I think like pokes a head out of this little doorway to see the rest of you and goes, "She likes it, everyone. We did it. We got
Did
it."
you get the puppy? Did you get it? Have you named it yet? What did you call it? Because I called it a name, but you can call it your own name. But I have a name in my head.
What did you name it? What?
No, Cypress said that I had to let you name it.
No, I want to hear it.
No, it's okay. You can call it whatever you want it to.
Una, tell me what you named the puppy.
I called it Bernard.
Bernard.
Yes.
Call him Bernie.
You can call him Bernie for short.
I think that's his name.
You didn't kind of laugh, Cypress. I told you it was a good name.
Hey,
Bernard.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it sounded like you were mumbling on Bernard, so I was like, I don't know. That Bernard is a lovely name. I'm so
This
sorry.
is
It's not so
Bernard.
wonderful. But Bernard and Tito can have play. I imagine that Tito in the past 6 months, like Cypress has asked Cass to help put that code into Tito so that they can take on their own. So yeah, if you want, we can have them have some play dates too.
Yeah, they can hang out.
Yeah,
I think Tito kind of like rolls up. Do you think that Tito has like the processors to form speech, or do you think has sort of a Star Wars R2D2 series of beeps?
I think
that
Tito
convey
like
emotion?
barks. I think they've like
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that like Tito has this little like sensor on the back that almost looks like a tail, and you see it like extends a little bit, and you hear this like really mechanical bark as Tito like rolls up and just like cranes his little neck up to look up, very clearly like registering that his voice has been said. His name has been said.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a little friend. You want to show Bernard? Am I saying that right?
Bernard.
Bernard.
I think she like puts him on the ground in front of Tito and like pulls out some like chicken or something and like puts it on a plate and some water. Like I don't have dog food or anything like that.
Bernard goes crazy on that chicken. It's like he's like falling over. He's standing on the plate that it's on, and he's like, I imagine it's like a little like it's a nice plate, and his little paws are like sliding outwards because it's too smooth and he doesn't know how to gain traction anymore. And you see Tito kind of like goes up and like watches and like cocks his head a little bit, and I think you see like little sensor lights kind of light along the top as he like tries to process what this is, and then like a little green light comes on and he lets out like a very happy little bark, and that antenna kind of moves around again. And you see Brian looks at Tito like, what the fuck kind of weird dog is that? But like kind of hunkers down but starts like sniffing. They're best friends now. That's canon.
It's good socialization.
For the both of them.
Good. It's like enrichment.
Enrichment. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
They could teach each other.
Yeah, I haven't puppy approved or anything. I didn't think. I was
Yeah, he
thinking
did
about
pee
it,
on the
but-
carpet earlier, but I'm
Did
sure
he?
you can.
That's so cute.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'll clean it up later. Welcome to my home. I live here.
It's nice.
Thank you. Yeah,
It's lovely. Yeah.
I pay for it and everything. Like, no God
too.
sponsorship or anything like
Wow.
that.
Your
Yeah.
new tattoo job.
My tattoo job, yeah.
Yeah.
I do like these little tattoos. I have one on my thigh right here. I think she like lifts up her skirt, and it's like a tattoo of Ellison's hat.
Oh my
Oh.
I did that
Oh,
one,
yeah.
and it came out pretty well. So
Oh,
I
it's
just
incredible.
Started offering to do them, and
We all need to get our matching ones.
Yeah.
You got another set?
yeah, I can do that for you. On the
To
house.
celebrate, you know, we did it there, but on the other side, we've done it.
We
We're
lived.
living life.
Mm-hmm.
We need a celebration one.
A we
I
live
like
tattoo.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Have y'all like? Has everyone like been talking to Sumner regularly, or is it just me? Sumner,
Yes.
Sumner,
checking
tell us about your.
What?
So his name is Lucked, and
What?
Hold up.
pulling up pictures of.
I told you to
Big
invite
Farm.
them. What is this?
He's even more. He's shy. Probably more shy than I am, but just like pictures
Oh.
and pictures and pictures. We can FaceTime later.
That's so cute.
Yeah. Congrats, Sumner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's early days, but you know, he works in my
Early
department,
days.
so he studies, you know, magic and stuff. So
A real
really
smart
smart.
one. Mm-hmm.
Does he like the theater?
Wow.
blushing. Yeah, actually, one of our first dates was to a theater. So
I love that.
Oh. How did you like that? Were you able to or was it the silence that was nice? Like, how did you? That was good.
like the date. I mean, it went well, we're kind of dating
Okay.
still. So
That's okay. Okay. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Actually,
congrats. Sumner.
Cass, thank
Yeah.
you. Cass, you bringing up like, needing some cue cards for how to help on like romantic. It helped. I was glad you said that because then it helped me, prepare in advance. So
Cass,
I think Cass
what?
is like nodding and then like processes that this was just said in front of everyone and gets very pink and just kind of like glances at you in the corner of her eye, Cypress, and turns back and goes,
Cypress
"Yeah."
like fully like turned while Sumner was talking, just fully turned to Cass like, oh.
Yeah, not. I mean, I asked because I knew that you would need them, and I would. Do you want this back? Not that I have one, because I don't need. I don't need. I'm secure now. So.
Are you? You two are still together 6 months.
Yeah, 6
that is-
long months,
Yes.
bro.
Yes,
Huh?
I didn't mean to say that in a weird tone, but yes, I'm happy about that. Yes.
6 months together.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a long time.
What?
Is that a
Cypress
long-
is just looking at Cass like, oh my god, she's so fucking cute.
Like, he's just getting, like, he is so pink right now.
That's not. This 6 months is a good time frame, I think. For
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a wonderful time.
yeah. So it's
great.
like you having a wedding. Like, will it be at your
Oh wow.
place?
Wait, is
or-
it 6 months a little early for that kind of?
Oh, is it?
I don't.
Hey Joe, you need any help with the food or?
At the moment Cass gets out, he's like, no.
I was trying. All right. I don't.
I didn't say anything. That was all Saturn, and I didn't say anything.
I just think 6 months is like you went through a really traumatic event, highs and lows.
Yeah, this is what we got together through a traumatic situation. Now we take our time through life. We learn each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's
Exactly.
Is that how people do it? I thought you were
Yes.
supposed to get married after something bad happened.
Oh,
Is
that what
that
happened to you?
What do you mean?
Sorry, sometimes the memories flog together, so maybe I'm remembering wrong. But yeah, okay, no, maybe that's normal. Yeah.
No, we're gonna live life, experience things together. All right, take our time.
Isn't that what your family did though? I thought that's what you told
No.
me. Like
Well,
they got.
in a way, yeah. Well, they knew each other for a long time, and then the moment they were like, "I like you," I think all of them just kind of like started like
Whoa.
at the
okay.
same time too. Well, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it is after some traumatic shit. You just kind of get together with people. I don't know. I'm taking my time. We're taking
Take
our
your time.
For you.
Cool. Just send me the invite. When it's time.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
and send me it too, and you'll have to give me a plus
A
one.
+1.
A +1.
Yeah, don't you worry. Don't you worry. You need to invite him to like the next dinner party.
Yeah.
I will. Because it's like
shy.
a celebration. It's just us. I didn't want to bring in somebody who wasn't there for it all.
He wasn't there.
We haven't really talked about the God in my head bit yet, but next time.
You
for sure.
haven't told him?
Hey, nice to meet you. I have a God who lives in my head. Any thoughts
Yes,
on that?
exact-
Doesn't
I can see how that would
Just
be a
like
little
that.
off.
It
That
is
feels
fine.
like at least 6 months, like relationship talking.
That's too
No, this is
too
first
long.
date
I
conversation.
don't. What,
No.
How do you know? What
I'd
if
say
you,
like 2 months, 3 months.
that feels really short.
That's not short. At that time, you know you want to be in a relationship.
Should I call him now and just be like, hey, I'm hanging out with my
Yes,
God friends?
go.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, do it right now. We'll be with you. Go.
Somewhere in the back of your mind, you feel Kalara go, I can just tell him if you want. You can just like put me on the sort of metaphorical phone and I'll just like break the news. I'm very charming. People like me a lot. So I could do that. No pressure. But just saying.
You know what? I'll wait.
Alright, okay.
We'll have this conversation. Anyway, what's new with all of you? How are y'all? Sutak, what's up? How have you been?
Just. So. Well, one, if the two of you want to go to like a premiere or something, I always get really good tickets for those and stuff. So if you would like those, you can have mine.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Two, I'm taking a little. The offer goes
This
to
is like, hey,
the offer goes to everybody, all right? But like, if I need to get more tickets, I can get more tickets. I am taking a little break from doing radio dramas and whatnot, and I got some funding to open up a school for kids that would like to get into radio dramas and whatnot as they get older, and I'm gonna be doing that for a while, getting that set up before if I go back. I might just.
you leaving showbiz?
Oh, cool.
It is a temporary. First, it's a temporary break, and
Oh,
but it'll probably like a year.
what?
But wait,
That's so exciting!
wait. There are other projects that have not released yet, so you
Okay.
won't be missing me for a year. You just won't see me on like stage. You'll hear me. All right, I'm just taking a little bit of a
I
break.
am genuinely excited for you. Brett. That is exciting. I just
Yeah. Listen, we'll just be taking a little break. I'll get things, situated, and then I'll probably be back.
stove.
That is really cool. Good for you taking a break. I think, more breaks, more remembering, reminiscing over your past, and being in the present. Mm-hmm.
Here. Just starts drinking. Smacks his drink on the table and starts taking a swig after.
I think it is about this time that all of you start hearing the clanging of a wooden spoon against a metal pot as Joey starts going, all right, everybody, dinner's served, so get your plates, get in here. We've got spaghetti, we got meatballs, we got whatever you want in here.
Pink
Spaghetti!
Absolutely. That's what Saturn said she wanted to serve at the beginning of this campaign, so god damn it, we're all having pink spaghetti. And it's great. Like, there is spaghetti, there is garlic bread, there's meatballs. It is a veritable feast of celebration. All of you can sit down and enjoy a meal together. I do have one very important question for you, Grace. This is really serious. You can think, did you invite Dr. Sharp to this dinner party?
Fuck yeah.
I think she's
You can't ask me that. I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah, no, fair. I think that all the seats are filled with the allies and the friends that you made throughout your adventure, except for one seat that is empty, as Dr. Sharp sent her regrets in the form of, I don't want to get murdered, but thanks so much, along with a very nice bottle of wine. But aside from that, I think there's like all these mismatched chairs as you had to go out and get new ones to fill the table and to have room for everybody that you've built in this new life of yours. And I think, if it's okay with everyone, we're gonna kind of move away from this dinner party and into epilogues. As we leave this dinner party and time kind of passes and continues as it always does, where does our party go from here? You can be as descriptive as you'd like or as vague as you'd like, but what's next for each of our Divinians?
I think so Sutak takes like that year off. Also tells Kitrix, hey, I gotta focus on this, getting this up and running. So doesn't do any Divinian work for that year. And then I think there's maybe 1 or 2 more years where he's actually acting and stuff, and then he takes like a back seat and does more like playwriting and directing and whatnot, kind of solidifying himself in that arena as well for the rest of his life. And in doing so means he has more time to actually go out and do like the various Divinian things that Kitrix requires of him. And that's just the way that his life is until the end of things, and spending as much free time as he now has with the rest of his good friends.
Thank you so much, Vijay, and thank you, Sutak.
I think Sumner keeps being a Divinian for as long as Kalara will have them. Finishes his book on the Dead Zone and publishes it, and keeps working, and then with Kalara's blessing, I think transitions from learning about portals and dimensions that are, terrifying, and hell dimensions and full of titans from prehistory. I think Sumner starts researching where the gods may have been, where they are, and trying to find a way to bring them back when it's time. And I think that's the path he ends up devoting his research to. And who knows, maybe down the road he and Luck get together and their combined portal magic and magic make something happen. But I think for now Sumner's just excited to keep adventuring, and one day hopes to meet Kalara face to face.
Yeah. Thank you, Sumner, and thank you, Mara.
I think. Sorry, my brain died the moment I opened my mouth. I think that Cypress, as per request from the family, slowed down talking to Therese for a little bit. But there's just something innately in him that just loves meeting people and connecting with people, and it oddly feels like some type of worship or connection that always just keeps sprouting up. That section that Therese does live in his brain, or honestly in his heart too. Anytime he meets somebody new and makes another connection, I think it's always like a cracked door. I think eventually down the line, they do other little tiny things, small missions here and there, but I don't think it's at all on the scale of what they have done here. I think it's very much like, kind of like what it was for when he first met Joey, of seeing someone who had a space in their heart and not enough people in their life. So connecting people that way. And they go off and do as much adventuring as you could possibly do in a year with Cass. I think he has a lot of enjoyment showing Cass
all the parts of the world that he's explored and exploring new parts as well. And also when being back home, having a newfound, like, when your parents talk, at some point you're like, okay, yeah, thank you for your input, whatnot, yeah, cool, I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. I think Cypress now very much so really sees the adults in his life as more of just like just the brokenness in them. Like you can know the shit that your family has gone through, but like I think seeing it firsthand really puts it into a new light for him. And is able to see them not just as like these stoic big people in this community, who leaders who do so much things, but just as like just broken people who've gone through so much and yet somehow still have so much to give. And he learns as much as he can from that. Yeah. And he's in love so bad.
Yeah. Thank you, Cypress, and thank you, Sweet.
Okay, I think Saturn does her tattooing, lives a little quiet life. I don't think the girl can stay out of a situation. I feel like she's just always somehow, despite all the odds, puts herself in a situation, whether she's looking for it or not. I think she does like weird little missions on the side. I think her relationship with Zirian is pretty done, but I do think she sometimes like checks in and is like, "Hey, how's your wife? How are you? Call me if something like giant, huge happens, but do not contact me outside. Like it has to be universe ending. You can call me, but until then, please keep it to yourself." But still is very loving in that respect. And yeah, I think Saturn does eventually get her enemies to lovers arc. I think she does run across someone who's like, she does eventually swoo with her good intentions. And yeah, but I think she spends her life just bouncing around. She stays in contact with all these guys and loves to offer a tattoo to someone that might mean something to them.
Yeah. Thank you, Saturn, and thank you, Grace.
Hello. I think Una lives a life of adventure. I don't think Una, even after the biggest adventure she'll ever have happened, like she doesn't consider herself a Divinian. Like her goddess has always just been her friend. And so she continues to treat Estrus very much as that, as another friend. And sometimes she goes on adventures with that person. And sometimes she goes on adventures, with her own friends, with Cypress, with her siblings, with new people that she's met. And I think Una's life is just one of like pure joy and family and happiness, and is just the first of we don't know how many lives Una gets to live. And we just know that on one of them, several 100 years in the future, she wakes up once again on a ship called the Atlas. And that's Una.
Yeah. Thank you, Una, and thank you, Jess. I think that Cass, unsurprisingly, goes where Cypress does, and I think takes to living and having autonomy like a baby bird to flying. And while, again, all 14 cats are not brought along on their many, many adventures, the lucky 4 get to come along and see new stars and new places, and Mr. Peaches begrudgingly accepts adventures, but only because of how happy Cass is. She builds a new home for themselves and their robot companions, one full of joy and freedom. And Cass may not eagerly run off on any more divine quests, but as an oracle and a friend to Vanedra, she will carry her connection to the Lady of Whispers forever. And I think every now and then has a vision or two and, passes that along, but the visions these days are much less often bad and more often than not very good. That's everybody, right? I just want to make sure before I move on because my brain is beginning to... Okay, great. For hundreds of years, astronomers and scientists in the expanse will study the night that the winking starfields came to life one final time, combing through star charts and arcane reports and eyewitness statements for any sign of the source of the lights. And while none of them will ever find the truth, it is only because most often the most heroic acts never come to light, written only in the what-ifs that most people will never have to wonder about. But even still, as they always do, some stories will spread of the 6 brave champions who took upon a fracture of divinity in a world that desperately needed it and saved the galaxy. And my friends, I think that is where we're going to leave Tales from the Hearth, Divinians. Thank you so much to everyone at the table for telling this story together. It was an honor. Thank you so much to you at home for coming along for it. I hope all of the above enjoyed that. And I guess we'll see ya the next time we gather around the hearth. Goodbye.
Bye.